Hmm. Hmm. All right. We're doing pretty okay. Uh-huh. And I'm playing at the daily difficulty level. Like, man. All right. We've done it. Oh, yeah, we could. Hmm. How is everybody doing? Oh, I'm not muted for once. Whoa. Damn. Vanilla. Whoa. Villa. A Villa vanilla. Yes, I want that. Hold on. Hello? Yes, I do want a vanilla. Yes, happiness and stuff. Yeah, sure. Oh, sorry, 5 happiness. It's even better. Monument. Yes. We're also going to repair some stuff. And get something for happiness. Oh no, it's already happy pretty. Okay, we're already pretty happy. There's no need. Academy. Monument. Excellent. Oh, there you go. Good. No, I don't think so. I don't think we're gonna do anything with this. Alright. recall. Wow. Is anybody here? Wow, nobody's here. Let me see. Hold on. Uh, all right. 2, 2, 4. That's a good specialist. All right. Oh. Philosophies drive sticks into the ground and measures the shadow across blah blah blah. Surely it is round. Yeah, of course. I'm even making a whole thing about it being round. Somewhere around here. 64. Huh. Crabs. Here's the crab power. Nice. For sure. Soon I'll be able to make them my suzerains, and then it will be no problem. What was it? Oh yeah. Here. Cool. either. 131. I mean, not bad, but not great. Continue. Hello, Big Jerry. How are you? I'm playing your favorite game, Civilization. I'm saying it's your favorite game because Civilization is everyone's favorite game, basically. I should be able to... Should I be able to make suzerains of these people? And then nothing will be able to stop me. Or something. You know what I mean? Damn. Hello, Great Rank. I was watching the puppy. How's the puppy? Fido's my favorite puppy. How are you? I'm playing your favorite game, Greater Ain't. It's true. Um. Hmm. Whoa, damn, crisis. This is more than another out from your palace. Oh gosh. Oh, that's pretty not bad. Um. That's horrible, actually. Okay, I guess some are unhappy now. Should get more happy. Altar. Right. I'll have my... He's very energetic and distractible. Be careful that he doesn't eat your books. Damn. I will keep in mind my books and heirlooms. That's true. And passports. True. True, true, true. Fido's such a happy boy. He gets miserable. Even when I just go to the store, he starts howling. You know? Like he howls to the moon. Even just when I go to the store to buy something. And when I take a leash to take him for a walk, he starts jumping in the air. And I'm like, whoa, you know, bro, you know. Fido. Oh, wow, okay, let's turn them into a suzerain soon. Next turn, I guess. Okay, next turn they're gonna be my suzerain. All those armies are gonna be mine next turn. Look. Boom. Your people are mine. What do I... We see a free civic, social policy. Ooh, yeah, I want that. Alright. Damn. That's not bad. Alright. We are winning now. We're so winning now. I think. Even though the AI is having bonuses bigger than mine. Alright. Oh yeah, I need to, yeah. It's true. Greater range. Should I play this game or change game? Ooh. Wait, what do I... Damn. Chief Sack on Fat Gox. I like Fat Gox, so you know. Mm. Man, I like Fat Gox. This is why I like Civilization so much. Hold on, we need more. Greater ain't. Greater ain't. Man. Uh, oof. Uh, what is this? What does innovation even do in this game? What does innovation do? Hold on, I have to check what innovation does. Um, Civ 7, what does innovation do? Oh, interesting. Why do you hate Civilization, Greater Ain't? What's wrong with grand strategy games? Isn't this a sexy game? I think it is a sexy game. Man, what a sexy game this is. You know what I mean, Greater Ain't? You have to build an academy. You should sovereignize more people. Fat Gox. I need. Should I debate all day? Hello, are you here to debate? I'm here to debate. I just can't be bothered with Civilization. It's lower on my list than the JRPGs. It's by nature a very slow game. There's not a lot of immediate rewards for playing it. It's like chess or something. Couldn't I say the same about Valheim? That it's a very slow game by design? Also, chess is amazing. Also, you do get quick rewards in Civ. Sexy rewards. Man. Sexy awards, rewards. You know what I mean? Gawk. Except it's not really that slow in Valheim. You're just kind of still learning how to play it and lack goals and structure. Yeah, but it's still slow. It's slow to gather minerals. It's slow to craft stuff. It's slow to do stuff. Like even when you have structure, it's still like there's a lot of walking in the game, and it has a huge map. That alone makes it much slower than many other games. There's a ton of gathering and crafting, especially if you play alone. Tons of backtracking in Valheim. Whoa, damn. You know, there's tons of stuff like that. I guess it's not necessarily fast either, but there's a sense of accomplishment in getting resources from me. I don't feel anything when I'm in Civ. You research tech or whatever. Well, you get resources. You get gold. You get a resource like um, you get resources like science and culture and a bunch of other stuff to manage. Oh yeah, and also you've got a whole bunch of resources that you can trade. Hold on, I have to like you've got all these resources that you get that gives you bonuses to other resources. If I could be a civilization victory, I would outlaw religion. I mean, I don't really ever go for religious victory in this game. Damn. Religious victory is a thing in this game. You can make a religion and make all the other civilizations be in your religion. Oh wait. Somebody's calling me, one moment. You know what I mean? Hold on. I have to check on the thing. You know what I mean? Hmm. Damn. I'm gonna do TikTok debates. Oh, yeah, that's true. Lucy, have you heard about John Frum? I think so. Sounds familiar. Also, I think I'm gonna set up TikTok and I'm gonna debate. I'm gonna debate people on TikTok. I'm gonna be like Jovan Bradley. I'm gonna be like, "Hey, are you here to debate? Are you here to debate?" And I'm gonna debate stuff. You know? How would you like that if my streams were, "Hey, are you here to debate? You here to debate me, coward, pussy ass bitch?" You know? You know what I mean? Would that be wise? Would that be smart? Would that be the smartest thing that I would have ever done? You know what I mean? Do you feel like that would have given me power? You know? You know what I mean? I don't think you know what I mean. And it makes me sad. You know? Oh, interesting. I'm gonna build a lighthouse, Great Orient, and you cannot stop me. Great Orient, you never thought if you wanted me to be a big debate person. And
Iron made this promise. By the tongs and the hammer, many trees I can injure,
yeah,
I shall not kill.
why was there? Did you have a dream about me debating people? Did I win in the dream? Did I win the debate? Uh, oh damn! I can build an academy and stuff, and a library. Uh, Look at me building an academy and stuff. Oh, I mean that's good that you failed.
After the assembly gathered, the elders gave their answer.
Not great as it might sound. Alright. Damn. You know? I think it's good that you failed in that particular thing. Sometimes some things are good to fail at. You know? You know what I mean? might need to play a more light-hearted game. I feel like this game brings out the negativity, the sad memories in you, you know? Should play a game that you like more, like Suikoden or something, you know? Even though I rage quit Suikoden today. It's actually a thing that happened. I cannot believe I rage quit Suikoden. I never thought that would happen, but it did. It's crazy. But it's also true. I'm building an academy, Greater Ranked. I'm not even gonna lie to you. It's true. I would not lie about something like that, Greater Ranked. I am, in fact, building an academy. You know? Do you know what I mean? Oh. Oh. Yeah. That might be the case. That you could that sign. Yeah. That might be the case. I'm about to get another suzerain, Greater Ranked. Are you happy for me? I've got so many suzerains, Greater Ranked. It's crazy. It's insane, Greater Ranked. How many suzerains I have. It's like I'm invincible or something. You know what I mean? You should watch more positive Instagrams, like artists or something. Isn't Instagram for art? I used to follow a lot of Japanese trans people. I mean, I still do, technically speaking. And I interacted with some of them as well on Instagram. I watched their lives on Instagram and I would interact with them in Japanese. I would talk to them about stuff. Uh, Blood by Lucy. Oh, damn. Maybe it's my out. I got so many suzerains now. Oh, this guy hates me. Damn, this one hates me. He's gonna wage war against me, I can feel it. Where is he, even? Where does he border me? Does he border me anywhere? Ah, he borders me here. Very inconvenient borders I've got with this guy. Should actually form an alliance. Why, what? No fucking way. No way, bro. I feel like they're gonna go to war with me. Good thing that I've got like a billion suzerains with a lot of army, you know? It's a good thing that's a thing that I have a lot of slave bots that are willing to fight for me, you know? That's good, isn't it? You will admit. Are there any more suzerains that I can gain? I've got, damn, 6 suzerains. It's crazy. Damn. Volcano. But yeah. I feel like there's a... Where's my... Here. You see the my compliments and words of encouragement strike you emotionally? Uh, yeah. I mean, I'm often emotional, so... So yeah, they do. Strike me. Down. You know? You know what I mean? Just look. Oh, wow. Oh. It's Civilization 7. Do you like Civilization 7? William Nadeau? Oh yeah, of course they do. See, I just don't lurk all the time. Oh wait, you're... I didn't realize that that was you, actually. Would you like me to play some Suikoden? Greater Rain hates Suikoden though. I don't know why. Suikoden is such a good game. You know? But Greater Rain just hates Suikoden for some reason. Let's build an academy. Yeah? I can tell you something later, but in DMs. Secretly. I haven't tried it yet. Looks a lot like Civ 6. There's differences. Like you change... You're gonna see it at some point. Like you transition to other civs between eras, for example. So that's a big difference. You know? There's a lot of... Influence does not work like in Civilization 6. DM me before you forget. Oh, I don't really forget stuff like that, but... okay, I'm gonna DM you. Like VM greater ain't, you know? You know what I mean? Oh man. Uh, one moment. Whoa, wait, what is happening? Yeah, the graphic is. I don't know why, but sometimes it just gets wacky. Okay, I want to build that, you know, thing. Man. Man.
Skill is handed down to me from my ancestors in a perpetual line of accumulated wisdom.
Oh, future tech. Uh-oh. I got a very bad relationship with Xerxes. Uh, uh, oh, maybe here. Wait. Uh, yeah. Wait, what the hell? Oh, oh, oh no. Whoa, what the fuck? Okay, I might lose my capital if things go bad. This is my capital? How unhappy is my capital right now? Oh, it's actually not that bad. Never mind. Yeah. Where do I? Oh yeah. I've got 146 blacksmith, bath, um, altar, blacksmith. Huh. Ooh, all right, that's what I like to see. Oh my gosh. Okay. Uh, Damn. $458 science. Damn, finally got some help. Whew. Damn. Uh, damn. I guess there's gonna be a lot of work. I don't know when I will be leaving for dinner to go to my brother's house with the new puppy. You should take the puppy with you. You should invite your puppy to dinner. Don't be a pervert, Greta, right? Don't be a pervert. You know what I mean? Ooh. You can turn something into like 19, 6, 11. Actually pretty good. Good idea. Academy, library. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna have a bunch of stuff. Damn. 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's see. What can we get here? 52. All right. This is exciting, isn't it, Greater 8? What do you mean? What do you think, Nado? Hello, Malaki. Hello, Sikor and Lucy at war. We're playing Civ now. I rage quit Suikoden today. Actually. You know? Yeah, I rage quit it because it froze on me. Suikoden froze on me. Okay? I don't like when game freeze. I think it's fair for me to rage quit when a game just freezes on me, right? I think it's sexy. Civ 2, no? This is Civ 7, not Civ 2. You just woke up? Civilization 2 had a much different graphics, okay?
He was the first
Ooh.
peasant to rule.
Uh, ooh. Almost. Nobody can stand up to me because I'm very strong right now. Because I have many suzerains that are my slaves. Well, not slaves really, but you know what I mean. Library. Yeah. I don't know why I always play remasters. This is a new Civilization game. This is Civilization 7. It's not a remaster. It's not a remaster of anything. Also, speaking of which, we should play the remaster of Lunar. What's wrong with remasters? Remasters are good games. Speaking of, we should play remaster of Final Fantasy VIII. It's sexy. Oh, what is here? Oh, you've earned a dedication. All the stars at next stage you'll be able to choose up to 3 dedications. I don't know what these are. They've remade this game a bit. Very strange. Yeah.
The spoken word conquers all thought.
Uh-huh. How do you like Civ, Malaki? I've not seen the Netflix show, no. Sadly. But I'm winning Greater Rank. Doesn't that count for something? Greater Rank, doesn't that count for something? Not a big fan of Civ, don't know why. Wow, you all are haters. Also, I got a hate comment on YouTube. Okay? Wait, am I at war? Oh, never mind. Oh, someone has been defeated that I've not even met. I got a hate comment on YouTube. I'm gonna read it to you, okay? I'm gonna read the hate comment, okay? Look at this. Lucy has a terrifying looking man in a basement. And I wrote, at least I'm not an idiot. I will take that over looks any day. As I thought the video was doing good. It has like 218 views. Yes, yes, yes. Ah, nice. Very nice, very nice. Dawn of War is good too. Isn't Dawn of War like an RTS? A completely different game? Like a completely different style of game? Like completely not comparable to Civilization? Like, this is a grand strategy.
When I was young, I thought
Uh,
fishing was the most
Dawn of War
exciting
is not
hobby.
really that. Completely different type of game. Different genre. What else can we get? How many Kodexai do I have? Oh, we have a lot of. Whoa, wait, hold on. Damn, I've got a lot of Kodexai. Oh. Oh yeah, I should remind me in like 17 minutes to take HRT. I'm actually really happy that I'm back on HRT. Things are looking up. And I might get some ice cream soon, so life is good. For now. You know, you gotta take those little wins. You know what I mean? So if I were to switch a game for a bit, what game would you prefer me play rather than this one? What game would you like me to play? What sexy game would you rather me play? And would you be willing to drop a dono for a sexy game? Final Fantasy Tactics? Would you drop a dono for Final Fantasy Tactics? I'm about to go to war, you know. I'm broke. Oh. It's because you're woke. Got 'em. You're woke.
Perfection is achieved, not removed.
I'm too sexy for your shirt. Too sexy for your shirt. Masasuni. You know what I mean? $452. Oh, now I get it. It's good that you're back on HRT. I know, right? And my hair will regrow. Even though I'm a terrifying looking person in a basement, according to Blair White fans. I'm a basement dweller. You know what I mean? Oh, what's this? I'm gonna make a settler. No, not on this city. Fido? One moment, I have to help my mom. Uh,
The true brave never quit.
uh, oh, right. We're gonna end the era. God, Russia is like 400 technology. I bring you to an election in May, and all you did is Totenkopf tattoo and say you're a socialist. Have you considered it, Lucy? I have, of course. Also, Maine is the Stephen King crazy land, so I'm not surprised. This is the birthing place of magical turtles or something. You know what I mean?
Inventor. Noun. A person who makes an ingenious arrangement of wheels, levers, and springs and believes it's civilization.
Hmm. Must Hiroshi live there? Yeah. That's right. The big turtle that threw up the universe or something from the It book. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, damn. The Normans. I don't think I'll be able to do the future attack. Wait, what? I'm sorry, what? Uh, mm, Alright. Uh, I did see Bulma underwear when she was underage. She was like 16, so she was like age of consent, etc. God damn. The more worrying thing is that he saw much more than underwear, by the way. That's the more disturbing bit. You know? Wait, what's this? Oh. Uh, oh. You know what I mean? You're the most worrying bit. I did not try Dragon Ball, okay? I'm not the author of Dragon Ball.
The dogs bark, but the caravan moves on.
Yeah, I remember she forgot to wear pants and then flashed Roshi to cover Goku's invisible opponent in blood. Oh no! That was far later. Actually, the invisible opponent was when she flashed her boobs. And that was actually sexual harassment in the manga when I think Kuririn took off her dress to flash her breasts at the opponent. At at Roshi, yeah. At at him, yeah. That was a bit of a weird moment. Dragon Ball was weirdly okay with sexual harassment. I'm just gonna note. But in the second volume of the manga, Goku took off her underwear, and she thought she was showing underwear, but she was showing more than underwear. I think she was over 16 in that bit. No, how? Wait, how old was she in that volume? Because, yeah, she's definitely older than 16 in that. I think she was. Because some time passed between the second volume of Dragon Ball when we learned Bulma's age and the first tournament. And then the invisible opponent thing is even later than that. Next step is the short stack goblin defense. Maybe Bulma's a short stack goblin. We'll see. How old was Bulma during the arc with the invisible opponent of Yamcha? Yamcha was. Bulma was 17 during the fortune teller Baba arc when Yamcha fought See-Through the Invisible Man. There you go. She was 17. A year older. So basically she was a short stack goblin. Or something. The short stack goblin defense is totally legit here. I think. You know? You know what I mean? I think, you know. Insert Goblin Slayer joke. Where is my thing? Where's my, settler? Oh, there you go. Why can't I go here? The hell? Roche is very well known for his tactical short stack goblin Ensler. Wait, what? I'm sorry. Wait. Did Vosh say that he uses the tactical N-words? I thought that was Destiny. Wait, Vosh said that he defends tactical N-words? Really? Was that a thing? Damn. What does tactical N-word even mean? Why are Americans so weird about slurs? I just cannot. It's so strange. Oh. Well, how unhappy are they? Maybe I'll just buy something to make them happier. Hold on. An arena. There you go. No more revolt. Everybody, everything's okay now. I bought the happiness of my citizens. Who said that happiness could not be bought? Was lying. Whoever said that was a liar. Content of your currently selected civilization. Oh. Recommended civilizations. Oh, this is good. Okay. Oh, I have to. Oh, I have to change. I have to choose them again. Between ages. Uh, uh, plus policy slot. Okay. The world awakes. Why can't I continue? Wait, what is happening? Did the game freeze again? Another game has frozen on me? What the fuck? What is happening? Is this another game that I'm gonna be rage quitting because it's just, I guess it's loading slowly. Hold on, let's copy link address from you. And let's see those receipts.
I've played a bunch of Metro.
Alright, let's see.
In the SS.
Dude,
right?
you can just say Nicholas.
What?
Whew. Wow.
Oh.
Hold on. Ah, now I remember the tactical N-word. Now I remember the context of the tactical N-words. It's because Vosh was in some right-wing space and was like, I said it tactically because I took away their weapon of the N-word. I took away their weapon, and it was strange, to be quite honest with you. I took away their weapon. Yeah, I remember. I remember now. It's coming back to me.
In the SS.
Dude,
right?
you can just say Nicholas.
Whew. Wow.
Oh,
that's
oh.
So before I have another dishonest Vosh fan in my comments section saying, oh, well, it's okay that Vosh said this kind of racist thing because he misspoke and forgot to add conservative to the middle, which, by the way, doesn't make it any better. Yeah, let me specify what the main point of this is, in a way that you can understand so that you don't get the
Right.
straw man again. The point that was made in my previous video, which you can go check out too, it's quite fun, is that Vosh doesn't uphold his own standards, right? The community that he engages in, his fan base that he tries to appeal to, right? That side, that crowd, it's all fake. It's all a facade. Rules for thee, but not for me. As I stated, my point is that if this was anyone else, Vosh would be waving the flags of, oh, this person is clearly a white supremacist, and na 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 na. Of course, he would do straw man arguments. He would do all the greatest things
It's in the
ever
game,
that a dishonest
froze.
person would do on the left. Why did these skeletons come out? Right? Why is it happening? Well, it has to do.
Oh wait, no,
with
it didn't.
Nicki Minaj fans. Now, I know in the past people didn't think there was going to be any real use for Nicki Minaj fans, given how they were kind of woke as well. But now it seems like the tides have turned. And since Nicki Minaj is, basically the savior of all white people at this point in time, we must bow down to the queen, to the goddess right now. What kind of weird Twilight episode is this? Twilight Zone. But they found Vosh using the hard R about a year ago. And then Vosh, well, he has a pinned tweet from a year ago that he goes on to explain why, just exactly why he dropped the N-bomb. And it's basically saying, it's okay when I do it, it's not okay when other people do it. So let's go ahead and read this. In this video, I drop an N-bomb. Big one, hard R. I did this to show my fuck. Dude, really? Interlocutors. tell me if I pronounced that right. Vosh uses big words because he's smart, guys. That their language doesn't impress me. That their slurs do not frighten or disarm me. You can see from their reactions that it worked. This was all part of his plan, guys. They were clearly taken aback. It was a power move, which I am entirely unashamed of. But I understand how that language might have upset some of you. This is an example of what I would call an invocation of a slur's power for good. But that's a subjective judgment. I invite you all to discuss this in the comments critically or otherwise. Basically saying, dude, give me more engagement so my video can pop off and my fan base will basically believe any stupid bullshit that comes out of my mouth. So
Yeah.
it doesn't matter, right? That's what he's saying, and it's pretty true for the most part. I gotta give Vosh credit for that. It's the equivalent of when Hassan Piker is saying to tax the rich, right? Meanwhile, rocking a mansion, a new mansion right there. It's the equivalent of AOC, going to a glamorous event while wearing a dress that says tax the rich as well, right? It's the equivalent of that. Fanatics, you can't change their mind. And this goes for everything, right? This goes for, mostly big creators, right? And I would even drop the commentary community in that. Because there are a lot of hypocrisies and semantics that most commentating communities take part in. But the fanatics, the fans, that are attached to their creator will not see this.
You're
They
attached
won't.
to me,
That's
right?
why it's good to have a level of detachment to the internet as well as your favorite creator.
No, don't.
And that's what I'm doing
Don't.
at this point in time. Can't say the
Don't
same
do
for other
this.
people, but that's fine. It's just something that happened.
Don't
It's
detach
not
yourselves from me.
exclusive to Vosh. However, it's something that you point out more in Vosh's case because Vosh is the one who's basically telling you he doesn't do this. Vosh is the one that's the good guy, or how he likes to come
I
off
am
as
bad.
the good guy. And that's what makes it extra frustrating
No.
because when you say this shit, you understand that he
I
is
am
not
bad.
the good guy. This is all perception. It's a case of perception is reality, which is really, really retarded. And I really hate that that's a thing in society, but it is. So Vosh basically gets to get away with this, and the whole rules for thee but not for me. But I do think it's pretty funny, and it's worth putting a spotlight on, because again, if this was anybody else, Vosh would go ahead and absolutely cannibalize that person and throw them to the wolves, and go ahead and
True.
depending on who it is and whether or not he could profit off of it, he would call them a white supremacist.
I
in a
never
heartbeat.
said I was good.
And that is why this is worth putting a spotlight on.
Te-
And that's why this is worth getting the word out to people on. And this is why I choose to focus on Vosh for this video.
Vows. Shall we continue playing this or do something else? What do you think? Man on the Street Brothers. This is Alec Gunther. I've never seen an Alec Gunther video. I don't know,
This
it's
was
your
recommended to
stream.
me in the Discord server. If you'd like to make recommendations,
I've never
or join
seen
the
that
Discord server,
Alec
using the
Gunther
QR
thing.
code on the screen that WZ likes to leave, or clicking the link in the description below. We haven't done a street interview, as I said. This was recommended to me in the juice box from this guy named Hermes, of course, because we got to do the Greek
Who
god
is,
thing. Absolutely AI generated, right there. Pretty cool. Political satire and comedy channel. Street interviews, viral chaos, and raw commentary. Views expressed equals jokes, not beliefs. Oh, don't worry. They're not. Don't worry. These are not actually his beliefs. What if I called you the N-word? Interviewing people in Nashville about Chud the Builder's case. What happened with Chud the Builder? I've heard of this. Chud the Builder charged with attempted murder after Clarksville courthouse shooting. A live streamer known online as Chud the Builder is facing attempted murder and other felony charges after authorities said a confrontation outside the Montgomery County Courthouse escalated into a shooting. Dalton Etherly, 28, was arrested Wednesday following the shooting outside the courthouse at 2 Millennium Plaza in Clarksville, according to the Montgomery County Sheriff's Office and the Tennessee District Attorney General's Office. Heard the gunfire. So he actually shot up a courthouse.
A pretty controversial live streamer known online as Chud the
I can't full
Builder
screen this.
is now
Who?
facing attempted murder
What
charges
happened?
after a
What?
shooting right here in Tennessee. Authorities say that the 28-year-old, whose legal name is Dalton Etherly,
Okay,
was
that's weird.
involved.
I'm gonna watch a debate. Pocket debate. They are always so emotional. There you go. I always get some
Coming up next
entertainment
is
from this.
Dave. Dave's calling
Hello,
about
Dave.
topic number 6, the abolition of police in prison. Dave, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
I'm 33, him and her.
I'm a man.
Sorry, repeat that. Repeat your pronouns one more time.
Sure, I'm 33, he and her.
All right, great. Thank you. Sorry, you're cutting out just a little bit, just FYI.
Oh,
All
okay.
right.
Can you hear me
Dave-
okay or no?
Yeah, I can hear you. It's just you're a little bit of cutouts,
Okay.
but that's okay.
Okay.
Dave, just really quick, if you, I believe that we should abolish the carceral and retributive state of justice that currently exists that operates our police and prison system, and replace them with a system of restorative and rehabilitative justice. Do you agree? And if so, or do you disagree? And if so, why?
Holy shit.
Well, I would disagree because, well, you could certainly make the case that
Manly Mao.
our current
I know,
prison
right?
system needs to be heavily reformed. I mean, to like the reason I would disagree is because there are plenty of crimes where those
Nobody
people,
reminded me of
cannot be
HRT,
reformed.
even though I asked you.
like a serial killer, say a rapist, someone who's
Serial. Well, I
assault
just want to throw
children,
this out here.
like
Both serial
sexually assault
killers.
children.
There has been reform of both serial killers and rapists in the past. That has happened.
Yeah, but so what? It doesn't mean that every single one of them can be reformed. Some people deserve to spend the rest of their life outside of society. They should not be allowed back into society.
Yeah, I think the only
You
people
agree
with
that
that? I
should
took it
stay,
just
I
now.
think the only people that should stay outside of society are people who are a danger to themselves or others. If they are not a danger to themselves
so-
or others, I don't believe they deserve to be outside of society.
Really? So you think if somebody, let's say, killed 30 people, but then was down the road determined to not be a danger to him or herself or society, you think that person should be let back into society?
Yes.
Yeah, I think if they're not a danger to themselves
What?
or others, I don't believe they
They're reformed.
necessitate
What?
a
Right. So if they rape 30
reason to be
kids,
outside
they
of
should be
society.
allowed back in society.
If
were
they're
to be in-
reformed?
I don't know if you just want to play emotional appeals. I mean, it's boring to me.
Well,
If
no,
that's
it's
the
not
game you want to
emotional.
play.
It's just I'm
If that's the
it's-
game you want to play, I
it
didn't say you were.
logically,
I
I'm
didn't say
asking
you.
you,
Hold
it's
on,
not a
stop,
game.
Dave, stop. I didn't say you were emotional. I said you're playing emotional appeals,
Right.
right? Like
It's not an
cool
emotional
would
appeal, I'm
be.
just
Yes, it
asking, like,
is.
Does it,
Yeah, you're
does it make
you're
sense?
specifically
No, it is.
using Yes, you are. I've laid out my position very clearly, and right now you're just specifically using emotionally charged language to try to poke holes in it. I
Well,
believe,
because-
and I'll
because
say it again.
it pokes
Dave, I'll
holes
say it
in that
again.
logic.
Dave, I'll say it again.
Right.
If a person
Yeah.
is
If they're not a danger to
themselves
others, then they reformed.
or others,
Right.
then I don't believe
Right?
that just blanketly exiting them from society is the right move.
Right. So even if they commit the most heinous crime imaginable, like again,
Man, I can't believe I'm
raping
going to have to
multiple
repeat
kids,
myself again.
you're fine with it.
I can't believe
Yeah,
I'm about
so
to
you don't
have
wanna
to
answer
repeat
the
myself
question.
again. How many times do I
You
have to
don't
answer
want
the
to answer the
question?
question.
I've answered it like 100 times.
You
If a
didn't answer
person is not a
directly.
danger
Let me ask you. Let
to
me just ask you directly.
themselves
Yeah, I get that. That's
or
your point. And why do you
others.
think that's okay? Why do you think that's okay?
Because they're reformed.
Because they do not necessitate a danger to themselves or others. So I have no reason to expel
that-
them from the society because they
No,
are
you
not a
do have a
danger
reason
to
to expel them
themselves
because crimes
or
that they
others.
committed do not warrant them to come back into society. And you're like, oh well. as long
So
as they
then
don't
you're
hurt
against
themselves, yeah,
rehabilitation
it's
at that
okay
point.
you
Yeah,
think rape
if you think
50
so.
kids,
Then
but
that's
hey,
just
don't
a
worry,
fundamental
guys.
disagreement.
Anything now?
Okay.
Well, you seem to not have a problem with it. You're saying they can come back into society.
That's a fundamental disagreement on
I said if they
rehab.
have been faced or if they have achieved rehabilitative means, if we have rehabilitated them, yes, then I believe if they are currently not a danger to themselves or others because they've received rehabilitative care and they have been properly rehabilitated, then yes, I see no reason to exit them from society.
With releasing child predators, you don't have a problem with that.
Again,
Because,
you
they've
keep,
been
using,
redeemed.
you keep
So-
having
so-
to use emotionally charged language instead of engaging with the actual points I'm making. It's a little boring.
No, I
but
get,
okay,
I get
Dave.
why, I get what you believe. I'm questioning how you could think that is possibly okay for various crimes.
Because
How could you think
revenge
that's okay?
does nothing. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't make society
Well,
better. It doesn't
define
make
doesn't do anything.
society safe. I'm literally doing that right now, Dave. If you could shut up for 2 seconds. It doesn't make
Sure, go
society
ahead.
safer. It doesn't make society better. It doesn't
It
lead
does.
to. It doesn't lead
It
to.
does.
You want me to
Revenge
finish
does.
talking, Dave?
Revenge
Do you want
makes
me to answer
society
your question
better.
or No? No, go ahead, Dave.
Sure, go
What
ahead.
you have to say is so important. I'll stop and let you interrupt me. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. So I'm saying if somebody commits unspeakable acts, of
Okay,
violence-
thanks.
Toodaloo. Maybe next time be good faith and you'll get to stay in the conversation.
Okay, thanks. Oh my god. This call definitely broke Jovan. Wait, what is it about? He's a Nandai.
Coming up next to show, we have Brian. Brian is calling from Arizona. Brian is calling to talk about systemic racism and white privilege. Brian, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
I am 45, and I'm a guy.
What are your guy pronouns, friend?
Guy nouns.
I'm not too just a him, her, him. I mean, no, him, guy. I don't know.
What the fuck?
Yeah, no
I don't
problem.
know. I don't
Him,
know
her?
anybody that says that. I don't know anyone that says that.
Okay,
I
well
go
now
to
you know. Now
ASU
you
and
know.
nobody
Now you
even
know like
talks about
thousands
that.
of them. Now you know like thousands of them. Brian,
Okay,
you're
okay.
calling to talk about topic number.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, topic number
Yeah,
5.
and I didn't. Sorry, I wasn't trying to be
sorry,
negative.
topic number 3. Jesus Christ. No problem. You're calling to talk about topic number 3: systemic racism and white privilege existing. Brian, I believe systemic
Well-
racism exists. Do you disagree? And if so, why?
Well, maybe the topic wrong. I wanted to talk. I just wanted to ask you about reparations, so-called
Okay, what
reparations.
about them?
How would you know who gets them? How would
I
you
wouldn't
know
give
that?
reparations to specific people.
What would you do? What does that look like?
I would use reparations to repair the systemic damage that has been done to different systems in the country. So part of one of the ways this would look like is using reparations to like repair the way we fund education, so all students get educated at the same level. I would use reparations to help fund low-income property in predominantly minority areas, actual like decent property, right? I would use reparations to fund. I mean, I would use them to fund a massive thing. I would use them to fund like a re-education initiative in medicine, so that doctors stop believing that black people experience pain differently than white people. So
True.
yeah, I'd use.
That's
it to
a wild
fund
one.
A bunch of these different areas.
Experiencing
I wouldn't
pain.
do,
So
like,
that's
strict
so you're
cash
saying
handouts.
that's going to print more money, right? That's going to cost more money.
Cost more. I mean, I would probably take it from other sectors.
Yeah. Well, is that historically is that what they've done?
I don't know why you're asking me about like what historically they've done. I thought you were
I'm
asking
just
like,
wondering.
what I believe
Because I'm
we should
thinking
do.
if you raised that, right? If you wanted more funds for whatever you want to do, wouldn't the military kind of don't they go hand in hand?
Well, I
Isn't
would
history shown
probably
that or no?
directly take funds out of the military.
And you think you would be able to do that?
Well,
with,
you're
I mean,
asking me about what
AIPAC
I would
and everything?
want to do, not like
Well,
what we are currently doing, right?
yeah.
Like if I'm the
Well, I
one
just wanna
making the
be
decisions,
realistic.
yeah, I would do that. Yeah.
Right.
If we're talking
But,
about what I
mean, I'm just
realistically
thinking
think is going to
realistic.
happen, realistically, I don't think black people are ever going to receive reparations.
So, I mean, no offense, I'm not trying to be rude, but why not? Let's talk about something else. Like, let's maybe something else. Like, if it's not going to happen, aren't you
Brian,
just causing contention?
Brian,
Sorry.
I don't you called me about reparations. I have never mentioned reparations
did.
on this stream.
No, yeah, and
So
I'm
I'm
just
not.
asking
It's not
questions,
like
and
I'm
it's like,
talking. But you're just sat here. You're like, well, why don't we talk about something else? I've never talked about reparations. So what? Like, this is the talking about something else. You're talking about something I've never spoken about.
oh, you haven't?
I don't talk about reparations. That's not something I speak
Oh, because
about.
I thought it on your thing, it looked like it said that.
There's
It said, like gender. And,
there's quite literally nothing on my
It-
topic board that says reparations.
oh,
Oh boy.
okay. Then I have another question. Another
Okay.
thing, if you don't mind. Okay, so you're for gay marriage, right? Would you say?
I mean,
Oh,
I
no.
would be for an abolition of the system of marriage, in turn moving to a system of giving all the tax, and maybe not an abolition, but I would be in favor of abolishing it on like a state level. I just think the institution of marriage is built on women being property, so I would just take the government out of marriage completely, and I would say that like you instead would have like shared partnerships. I don't remember the name of it, where if you live with someone long enough, like domestic partnerships,
Civil unions.
so that tax benefits can be for people who are not solely married. But yeah, as of right now, yeah, I would say that like, yeah, everybody who's in a consenting adult should
why
be able to
would-
get married if they want to.
But here's my okay. But would it be safe to say that the institution of marriage is to help people, because for women and to raise children, because the women general usually stays home? Isn't that what marriage? I mean,
I would say the
about?
institution
Isn't
of
that why-
marriage. I mean, if we're talking, do you want to talk about the creation of marriage or what marriage is now?
I'm talking about just like man and wife, gay marriage, that stuff. Legal.
Right
stuff.
now, marriage is so that you have legal rights with your partner. You two are viewed as one legal entity, so that way you receive benefits, both tax-wise, health-wise, medical-wise, things like that. That's the entire
Right.
reason for getting married.
Okay, so my thing is, why would two men who are married need tax benefits? Wouldn't that?
Why?
Wouldn't that
What? Because two men who are married file taxes together.
Why would they not?
So they'd want the same
but
tax
why
benefits.
would they
that
need benefits?
What are you talking about? They would
Why
get the
not?
same tax benefits that a straight couple gets.
Why would they not?
Right. I was, as I was saying before, I believe that is because women generally stay home, and generally, I know it's getting different nowadays.
Even if you don't have
but-
kids, you still get a benefit from filing as a married couple versus a single person.
Right, and I don't see why that's needed, especially when men make way more money.
What?
No. Or,
No,
Brian, are you
not
Is
necessarily.
that not true either?
Did you hit the
I'm
bottle
good.
before calling in?
I don't drink like you. I don't drink.
Okay. Just making sure.
I'm just. I'm.
You take a little
Yeah.
token at like MJ. You popped a little Spider-Man love interest this morning.
None of it. None of it. None of it.
Oh god.
So
Water.
yeah, so there's a few
Water.
reasons why two gay people should be able to get married. One would be like, let's say there's a medical decision that must be made for their partner, right? Well, then, like, if you're not married,
I
you
mean,
would
the
get
medical
proxy typically,
decision-
if like there's an emergency, the state would now have medical proxy or the next immediate kin, but you might want it as the husband or the spouse, right?
Yeah. Well, that sounds like a civil union type thing, or something else that could be worked out, right? No. Civil union.
So why don't straight people just get civilly unioned?
I agree. Maybe we should do that. Like you said, just tear down the whole thing.
Yeah, if marriage as an
Here, okay.
institution doesn't exist, then I don't mind that no one's getting married. But as long as marriage as an institution exists in the way it does, then marriage should be given equally to all couples that can be married.
Okay, so what about polygamous?
What about
Why-
Elizabeth?
Why
huh?
not polygamous?
I don't
Should
know. Ask the
polygamists
law.
have the right to be married?
Go nuts. I
Well,
think as long as it's consensual, I don't give a fuck if people get married to multiple partners. I don't care.
Well, why don't liberals fight for polygamists to marry who they want?
Why don't you fight for dogs to marry cats? Who knows? I
Well,
don't, Brian. I don't
it's a
care
good
about
question
any of
though, right? I
this.
mean,
I don't think it's a good question.
It's almost anti-woman. It's anti-woman. because more women would participate in polygamy than men. You're denying thousands, maybe millions of women the right to vote to get married.
To vote.
And there's reason for that. Polygamy has precedence, historical precedence. Not gay marriage. That has no zero.
That's not
nothing,
true, I think.
You know, right? Am I wrong? I want to hear. what
Also,
you got to say.
historical
What's
precedent
your
is an
opinion?
empty argument.
Brian, I don't think you're saying. I think this is just incoherent, blabbering. Like I don't.
I don't.
I already said, I don't care if someone marries multiple people as long as it's consensual.
All right. Well, okay. Well, let's get polygamy legalized.
Okay, so
With
go
the
do
rainbow flag, we'll add the polygamy.
Do it.
All right.
So go nuts, Brian.
Okay, so I thought you believed in reparations. That's cool. I didn't.
Oh, I mean, I
just
don't
don't know.
disbelieve in them. I just believe in them in a different form.
Right. Okay. Well, your form seems like it would just cause more inflation and probably more resentment towards people. Reparations, wouldn't it? Don't you think?
It wouldn't cause inflation if we took it from another revenue stream.
Well, I don't think that would happen, but I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
Okay, but you're asking me how I would do it, not like how this current government would do it.
Right.
There you go.
Right. Well, or like liberals, right? In general, the left, kind
I
of.
don't know.
I'm
I'm not a
saying
liberal.
you're-
I don't know.
Oh, all right. All right. Well, maybe I need to listen to you more. You know, I made a lot of presumptions.
It would appear so.
All right, man. Well, thanks for taking my call.
Okay.
Do you have any questions or anything that like you would?
Nope. Thank you all for watching this video. If you don't know me, I'm
Always.
Jovan Bradley. I'm a leftist content creator who does debates, political commentary, gaming, and more. If this is your first video, thanks for sticking to the end, and I hope you subscribe. Thank you to all my YouTube members. Your
I
continued
should
support
debate
helps
people.
me create as much as I can.
Should I debate
Consider
people?
joining. A membership
I
starts
could
at
on like
$2.99.
TikTok or whatever. Apparently they has tools for calling in and debating. I could be debating. You should debate Blair White. She would never debate me. I think she's
Coming
too
up next
cowardly
is
for that.
Randy. Randy is calling from New York to talk about topic number 5. There's no reason to support Trump. Ooh, we might have a Trump supporter on the line. Randy, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
I'm checking out the Blair White video.
33. I am a male. born
A
with
male.
a very nice endowed penis.
Okay, what are your
And,
male
what was the last
pronouns? What are your male pronouns, Randy?
Man, yes sir. Sir, yes sir, no sir.
Sir would be an honorific. I'm asking about your pronouns.
Jesus Christ, people are so
Oh my
stupid.
God, grammar's never been my strong suit. I guess.
I noticed.
There you go. You got it. You're going into topic number 5. No reason to support Trump. Randy, did you vote in the last election?
Yes.
All right. Who did you vote for?
Trump, of course. You
Trump,
think I
of
was going
course,
to vote
okay.
for Camel
Of
Toe?
course.
For who?
Camel Toe Harris.
Camel Toe Harris. I don't know who that is.
The groupie who came on the scene first as Montel Williams' side piece. She was running against
Groupie
my
who
man
came
Trump.
on the scene as Montel Williams' side piece.
So, yeah, you know how Trump came in
That's
on
what
Home
you're-
Alone and Trump Towers and shit like a real fucking baller? This bitch came in as a piece of pussy.
Came in as a
On a
piece. So you
plate.
don't like women, apparently, is what you're telling me.
No, I love women.
Okay, why
gotta
specifically did you? I don't think you did. Why specifically did you vote for Donald Trump, Randy?
So I mean, I'm not for either, you know, like party or whatever. I just vote whoever is in my best interest. So I voted for Trump. You know, I thought he was gonna do the right thing, but then he started, like recently, just as of recently, he started rimming Benjamin Netanyahu's asshole out in public, and like.
Okay, Randy, I
throwing
want to
the
ask
America-
you. I want to ask you about a few things. You voted for Trump because you thought he would be in America's best interest. Specifically, why?
Yeah.
Where did Trump show you that he was for America?
That's a good question.
Okay, so he was deporting the illegals.
He was
He was
deporting
putting Americans
illegals,
first.
putting Americans
he was,
first.
New York, I don't know where you're from, but in New York we had a really bad immigrant problem.
Is that
legal
so?
Immigrant criminal problem.
Okay.
They had, like,
Does
this
deporting
whole,
illegals, if you're deporting illegal immigrants, you would say that somebody who deports a lot of illegal
Criminal.
immigrants is American first, right?
criminals, because those criminals were out here robbing.
So you're
citizens
not in
and
favor
people-
of deporting non-criminals. You think strictly like criminals are the ones.
Yeah, no,
are
no, yeah. I'm not unreasonable, dude. You know, like I'm not nanos. You know,
You're
like
pretty
I have a
unreasonable.
heart, you know, like I'm a rational dude. I'm not just
Interesting.
the elite immigrants
you
off
know-
the face of the earth.
Did you know that 70% of the people that ICE has arrested under Trump's
Hello,
administration
my cafe.
have no criminal
How are you?
record or history
We're
whatsoever?
playing Civ.
So can I make this so basically I guess
Well, I'd like
I
you
guess
to address
Trump-
that just really quickly because you said you're not in favor of deporting. Like correct me if I'm wrong. You wouldn't be in favor of deporting somebody's like grandmother who, even though she may be here illegally, she's lived here like for most of her life and she's a member of the community and things like that. You would be in favor of deporting
correct.
people
No,
here.
that's
Okay.
like
and-
what is this called?
Yeah,
I'm
and
sorry,
you would be
continue.
in favor. You would be in favor of then deporting people who are here illegally who have like criminal records.
Yeah, I'm doing pretty okay. I'm back on
Not criminal records,
HRT,
but conducting
so I'm doing pretty
criminal
good in that
activities. Like,
regard.
they had this, immigrant gangs in Venezuela,
You know?
particular. It's called Tren de Agua, means like water train, like something like that.
Okay,
water
but the
train,
only
like
the
that,
only way to
because
legally know if somebody is committing criminal activity is if they have a criminal record. It's innocent
I've
until
been a
proven
victim.
guilty in this country.
I'm a victim of criminals.
Okay,
I've been a
but
victim
you
and
are
my friends have
legally
been-
you are innocent until proven guilty in this country. Do you agree?
Yes, I mean to
Okay,
a point. It's actually the opposite. I mean, on paper it says that, but it's actually the opposite. It's actually guilty until proven innocent most cases.
Well, yeah,
You know, that's why
especially
you're
especially
handcuffed.
under Trump, right? Because he's detained. 70% of the people that have been
So-
detained under ICE have no criminal convictions, no
No,
criminal
I hate-
history.
I hate who Trump has become now. I liked him in the first term. I thought he was going to do what
In
he
his
did
first
around
term.
his first term and his second. But then I guess it had to do with the Epstein files, right?
Epstein.
And who hold the rest of those files, Israel.
Okay,
So
let me ask you
Why?
about his first
I
term.
think-
Let me ask you about his first term. Do you think when Trump made his deal with OPEC and raised gas prices
Mm-hmm.
in the country by convincing OPEC to cut production by like 1.2 million barrels a day, do you think this was an American first policy?
Of course.
No, it was a Trump and his family first policy. You know, so that's the thing. Trump
Okay, so what
by himself,
Well, wait, I
good
just
dude,
want to
right?
know what
But-
policies in his first term were American first then.
literally everything about it. Literally, like tell me what you disagree with. How about that? You know, because like I don't do that. I'm a first time caller, first time watcher. That dude Alex, who was before, good on you for calling him back and chasing him down like a little bitch that he is. You know, he obviously lost and then reverted to racism to feel good about himself. That's disgusting. You know, I want to have an intellectual conversation, and I can't cite those sources that, you know, I'm in the kitchen making a butter bagel right now, for example. You know, so like, if you could give me something and like pick a topic point and then maybe we'll go from there. I think it might be slightly better.
Yeah, sure. I think Trump has failed miserably in almost every
Napoleon
aspect.
just
I think he's failed
expanded
miserably
on
at
my
the
land.
economy. I think he's failed miserably at immigration. I think he's failed miserably at American first policy positions. I think he's failed miserably in foreign affairs. I mean, I don't necessarily know that there's an area of governance that Trump has succeeded at.
Was this his first term or second term you're talking about, or both?
Both. That's why I
Okay,
knew
what-
he would be bad in his second term because he failed at all of this in his first term.
So you're saying, would you say his first term went significantly better than this term is going so far?
Would I say his first term went significantly better? No, because I think
Yeah,
he,
then
he
he's doing
completely blundered
higher
COVID.
approval ratings, doing much
No,
better.
I think he completely blundered COVID. So, no,
I
I would not say that his first term went any better.
inherited. So it's not like it's the way the world works. It's continuous. It's gonna keep turning no matter who, what, where, what ass sits in that chair. Right now, it's Donald Trump's fat ass in that chair, and he's got a bunch of fools around him, making him
Oh my gosh.
look worse than he is. And
Yeah.
I believe they're
It's
blackmailing
very
him
weird.
with
What
Trump
was his
with
excuse
the
the first
Epstein
time?
file.
Poland
What was his
is.
excuse the first time then?
Oh, he's just greedy. He was just greedy. He just wanted the money and fame and fortune, because he came in here as
Wait,
an
but how
entertainer.
would we
You can't
say
forget
how would we say he was greedy the first time when this administration he's increased his net worth by like what was it like $3 billion since he came in office again?
You know,
Yeah,
how's he-
not good.
Apparently, you know.
Did you buy
as
one
a
of the Trump
human
phones?
species. No, I did sign up for Trump University, but I got my money back.
I'm just really
Yeah, so,
interested to
like
know
that-
what policies or legislations he put through his first time in office that you would say were effective and like worked well and prioritized the American people.
I mean, he did take out a lot of the criminal organizations that were messing up New York, for example. Like I'm telling you, the Google, Trend Algorithm. They're terrible, terrible gang. Usually by under 18. So whenever they would get arrested, they were under 18, and then they would turn 18, and then criminal record. Ooh.
Yeah, so what specifically did Trump do that stopped that?
Okay. Wait, I'm sorry. Could you repeat that?
What specifically did Trump do that stopped that?
I mean, I don't have anything in specific like that. I could say in specific like a list of sources. But as a New Yorker, I can say that he bettered the quality of life for
How
us.
can you wait if you don't know specifically, Randy, what he did to how do you know, how are you attributing the success to him?
Because I lived this shit.
No, but how do you know it wasn't
real.
something else that did it?
What do you mean something else? Like a foreign?
You're
like
saying
an alien
Trump is
power?
no, you're saying Trump is the reason this is better. How do
Oh
you
my
know
God.
Trump is
Yeah.
the reason that is better?
I mean, what other factors have changed from then to now?
There could have been changes to the like the structure in New York, like the specifically the what's the word I'm looking for? Like the political structure in New York, the leadership in New York. Like again, how are you attributing it to Trump? How are you contributing the success to Trump if you don't know anything he did to get
in
that
the
success?
big chair, and he's in the big chair and he takes all the credit.
Okay,
Whether
then
he
you
did
should
it
be
or not,
able to articulate something he did specifically that did
I guess you
this.
could just talk up to I'm not as smart as you,
It has nothing to do with being smart.
Oh my God.
or informed. I guess you could say. If you, I mean, I could Google and give you like an AI prompt, but I'm not gonna do that. You know, like just
You didn't
be on
think
some
though.
weak
You
sauce.
didn't think though before you voted a second time that like, hey, maybe I should
So I
see
thought-
like what Trump did and like how his policies actually like benefited people.
Can you tell me why I would have voted for Kamala?
Because Kamala
So I was
Harris
trying to
had held public office for years prior to running for election. She
Have you
was
seen?
One moment.
California?
I'll grab something to eat.
Have you seen the state of California? 50% of its residents have to leave. They didn't leave. They fled.
California did
Oh,
not lose
thank you.
50% of its residents.
Fido is a nice dog.
50% of those who matter.
Wait, how do
The
you
influx-
determine who matters?
I matter.
Because the rest are homeless, jobless, transients.
What?
It's like everything is Skid Row now.
California has been seeing booms in their population over the last 2 decades.
Yeah, homeless population. They go there because the weather's nice all year round.
How many homeless people do you think live in California?
Probably 50%.
What?
More of the population.
Definitely not
50%.
50%. Like, give me a number.
50% of California is
Actually,
homeless.
first, how many
Fuck me.
people do you think live in California?
I don't know, a couple mil.
39.5 million.
Couple of mil.
See, I
How
was
many of
told
those? How many of those do you think are homeless people?
Over 10 mil.
probably 15 mil.
It's
Fuck.
There's no way to sense it.
187,000.
If there were 15 million homeless people in California, oh my god, the US would have been in fucking trouble.
No, that's maybe per city, per mile, per square
That's in the
mile.
entire state.
What the fuck?
Where are you citing your sources from?
The Public Policy Institute of California.
50
Or you
million
can also look at the
homeless
Senate
people.
Housing-
God
the
damn.
Senate Housing Committee also tracks those numbers.
Oh, I mean, you're talking about a tiger with paper claws at this point. You know what I'm saying?
50%.
Roar and like,
Randy, why can't you just
and all that.
why wouldn't it just be easier to just be like, oh shit, I had wrong information, I was incorrect.
50%.
Easier to
Holy
do that?
shit.
I did tell you, I don't believe he's doing this good as this term. As
No,
he
but
did the
right
first
now,
time.
you just made a claim that there were 15 million homeless people in California. You were wrong by a factor of like almost 1,000%.
Oh my
I think you were
god.
wrong by a factor of like, yeah, 1,000% exactly.
I cannot believe that people like this exist.
Small margin, I'm just saying, but
Small margin?
Factor of 1,000% is a small margin. Or are you talking about the homeless population as a small margin?
No, listen, the homeless population part. Because homeless people we can't do a census on homeless people. They don't have a physical address to tie them to the census.
That's not how you do it. You just count them based on their name. What do you mean?
Their methadone programs and
No, you just go out and you go out and survey and talk to them.
I mean, to be fair, it is true that the amount of homeless people is undercounted because when the counting happens, a lot of, for example, homeless people get shelter in hotels and temporary lodging, and they don't get counted. I have actually read a little bit about this problem. But it's not gonna go from 100,000 to 15 million, no matter how you slice it,
People.
okay?
What are you talking about?
But how, you could talk to the same person.
Like, it is true that the counting of how many people are homeless is not always accurate. But it's not gonna go from 100,000 to 15 million.
3 times in that logic.
Randy, that's why you get identifying information, so you don't talk to the same person 3 times.
I mean, but
And if we're
who
saying
is to
that's the
say
case,
most of them?
but if that's the case, then the number is probably lower than the number that I gave you.
I mean, hey, we're all. I mean, anything can happen right now. Yo, we are so corrupt. We are like the Nigeria of the West.
What?
Right now.
I'm sorry,
What
what?
does that mean?
I don't know what that
Oh,
means.
look at Nigeria is inherently corrupt.
I don't think you've
It
ever
has
been to
been
California,
ever since
Randy.
No, I'm from New York. I fucking hate California.
So how do you know that California is the How do you know it's the Nigeria of the West? You've never been.
What? I don't know if he knows what Nigeria is.
Because we are so corrupt.
This is incoherent, Randy.
How so?
Randy, has California's GDP grown or lowered?
Is
in the last, like, 10
California
years?
in the room with you now?
It's grown, but it's all like federally funded stuff. So it's like it's like putting money in your left pocket.
Apologies
taking it
for my
out,
burp.
showing it to the people, and then putting it back in your right. You like it's just to keep the money flowing, and say they're not a complete failure as a state and as a government. And as a-
What?
GDP is?
What the fuck?
Yeah, it's like the growth of the money or whatever. I don't know what the exact stance.
It would be California's gross
Oh
domestic
my
product.
god, the growth of
So
the
it would be
money or
looking at
whatever.
the value of each specific
Oh my
industry
God.
inside of California. It wouldn't be looking at federal funding.
Do you think they're? Do you think they're?
Better apologize if it was a weak, it was a girly burp.
Blue collar workers who came to this place legally to work legally and picking in manure all day? No, these people run as soon as La Migra comes.
What?
The
They
what?
get paid pennies on the dollar. They're like, yo, you're giving all these inflated and conflated and deflated numbers from these websites, but like the reality is, you don't have boots on the ground there.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Let's look at 2025. How much money do you think California received in taxes? Or, I'm sorry, received in federal funding. How much money do you think California received in federal funding in 2025?
No way that this motherfucker
I'm
just
gonna give you a number off the top of my head.
Yeah.
Did this motherfucker just
Pick some.
build a city here between my cities?
I ripped 3 hairs out
No
of my bald
fucking
head.
way
I
did he
wrote
just
30
do
million.
that.
Now,
Did
do
he
you
just
think that that number is higher or lower than the amount that California paid in federal taxes?
No way this motherfucker just built a city here.
Lower. So California is paying, even per your estimated numbers, California is giving more money to the federal government than it's receiving in funding.
Yeah, but it's getting its own money back, and then they're mixing the clean money with dirty money from
That
drug
doesn't that makes
proceeds,
that, what does that make? That doesn't make any sense.
prostitution. Have you ever been to the Blade?
Randy,
Prostitutes
I
walk
think
up
I
there.
might have to
Randy, have you?
I might have to go to war, but I don't have
Yeah, I
any
have. I told you.
I don't have much of an army right now.
R.I.P. Pop Smoke. You heard?
Randy, this is just incoherent.
All right. why is it ongoing? I just don't understand how you keep saying that.
Because you're not making a point. You keep going, well, California is doing so terribly. Their GDP growth is high. Their homeless population has been lowering. They're paying more in federal taxes than they're receiving. You can go, well, Kamala Harris would have been bad because look at California. California seems to be doing okay, Randy.
Dude, if you could, dude, everyone's on fentanyl, xylazine, meth.
What?
We're getting Chinese study drugs through the
All right,
through the
goodbye,
mail.
Randy.
We don't even need the border.
This is nonsense. Goodbye, Randy. This is just utter nonsense. Thank you all for watching this video.
Okay,
If
we're
you don't
gonna
know
watch
yet-
one more Jovan because Jovan always entertains. Goodbye, Randy. Pocket debate. TikToker thinks he's God's gift to the debate world. Oh my god, TikToker.
All right, coming up next is Geo. This better not be the goddamn Geo off TikTok. I swear to God, if that's who this is, I'm gonna lose my mind. Geo's calling from Florida to debate topic number 1: trans men and women or men and women. Geo, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
Hello. 37. He, him are my pronouns. How are you, sir?
I'm chilling. Do you have a TikTok?
What's that? Instagram?
TikTok. You know what TikTok is.
I cannot affirm. But I would definitely love to engage on the topic.
Goddamn.
And we can even keep it going from the last guest you had. I feel like we could participate
I would just like to tell me why you disagree with the stance trans men and women are men and women.
I just remain unconvinced, and it's a preference that I have based on my logical foundation. Just my preference.
Based upon your logical foundation, huh?
Yes. I just prefer to live in an objectively true society.
Oh, I doubt that.
Are you not affirming my preferences?
Yeah, I'm just saying you probably don't actually like to live in an objectively true society.
I'm confused. How are you able to justify that statement?
Because nobody would want to live in a completely objectively true society.
How would you know that?
That's
On
pretty
being
simple.
just one
What-
person.
Sure, give me some of your just base level beliefs.
Like for example, like the last caller made a great point about racial
make a great
versus
point, actually.
transgender, because historically, children of minority families who were adopted into white families were considered transracial. It was historically assigned as a
You don't know what
adoption
transracial means in that
reference.
sense. Transracial
I
adoption
mean, you
isn't
can look it
saying
up yourself. I
stop
mean,
stop. Transracial adoption isn't saying that they are now the other race. It's just saying that they were adopted across racial lines.
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh.
Identifying as a race different
Nope,
from
they,
one's
they don't
ancestry
identify.
or
Nope,
upbringing.
they don't identify as another race. They don't identify as another race. It just means that they were
I can
adopted
point to a young
across racial
lady
lines.
who went viral for identifying as black.
Okay, goodbye, Gio. I'm not doing
Mm.
this bullshit. I'm not doing this bullshit. You lied about not knowing who TikTok is. I know exactly who the fuck you are. I recognize your voice. I recognize the name.
do you
Two,
just
stop
talk to
talking.
random
Stop
YouTubers
talking.
that
Stop
don't
talking.
know how
Stop
to argue?
talking. Stop talking.
Ah.
Two, now you're being disingenuous by lying about what transracial adoption means and claiming that, oh, well, transracial adoptees believe they're of the other race or now they're of the other race. That's not true,
I
and you
can
know that's
reference
not
it
true.
right now. Why are you so upset?
It's not true, and you know
I can
it's not
reference
true.
it right now.
You know,
but
it's
you're
not
just
true, and
scared
you know it's
for
not
my
true.
justification.
It's not true, and you know it's
Because
not
you
true.
prefer it's not true?
No, because it's
Like,
quite
anyone
literally
can look this up right
factually
now.
not true.
Historically, transracial referred to as adoption across racial lines, such as a black child adopted by white parents. This is still a legitimate sociological term.
Do you notice that none of that
Transgender
was
is
saying that
also
the
a
black
sociological
children are
term.
now white children? Did you notice that none of that was saying that the black children are now white
They're
children?
not white children. They're transracial.
See ya. I don't
They're
talk
not
to
white.
disingenuous people, and what you're proving
Yeah,
is that
so
you're just more
transgenders aren't men
disingenuous.
because they're just.
Okay, so I'm
Okay.
gonna mute you real quick. Because this is what I think we have to do in this instance. Now, what this person has now decided to do, chat, is to just be disingenuous. Now, I could sit on the call with them while they're continuing to be disingenuous, or I could move on with my day and talk to people that aren't disingenuous.
Yeah.
Now,
Good call
he
to
is
just move
claiming,
on.
well,
to be honest.
transracial adopted children, either their parents or the children believe them to be of the other race. Now that a transracial adoption means that the black children are now white. No, it just means that you were a black kid that was adopted by a white person, or you were a white kid adopted by a black person. So either you concede on this, Geo, or we will not be moving forward with the conversation because you've completely committed like 4 fallacies out the gate. So either you admit that you're being wrong about this, or I just move on. It's so simple. It's really that easy. You'll hear a mute
Transracial
that's
is not-
unmuting you.
So you're saying that Okay, phenomenal. So you mute on TikTok and here. Something's on.
Yeah, I knew
My
you. I knew who you.
right?
You knew who I knew who you were. What a what fucking disingenuous
Hey,
shit to begin the
accept
call with.
fans that
To begin the
oppose
call
you
with,
and
I don't
agree.
know what that is. Like, you're such a fucking liar.
Okay, you're saying that I'm incorrect with the statement.
I'm saying that
Transracial is a
transracial
legitimate
adoption.
sociological term.
I'm saying that transracial adoption is not stating that a person's race is changing. That's not what the term means.
I never said it changes.
Yes, you did.
I never made the argument that it changes an objective standard. What I'm saying is that transracial, transgender are congruent as a legitimate sociological term.
Incorrect.
Never to be an objective term.
Incorrect.
Okay. Just
What you
thought, go ahead.
what you implied from your argument is using it is in the case because you were like, the other person brought up a good point about changing races, and then you brought up that transracial adoption exists. When the point of you're just straw manning what the term transracial adoption means.
Transracial adoption does not exist. The term transracial, historically, not my preference,
See ya.
not your preference.
See ya. Goodbye. You stupid as fuck, bro. Goodbye. Stupid as shit. So long. What kind of dumb shit, bro?
That is true. Oh man. Uh, all right, one last Jovan. I really got into Civ.
Let's take the next call. Coming up next is Andrew calling
I do
from
like
Texas
Civ.
to debate about topic number 3, the Bible being true. Andrew, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
My name is Andrew. I'm 19, and my pronouns are he, him.
Okay. Now, Andrew, we don't believe the Bible is telling true stories. You do. What's your evidence the Bible is true?
So here I'm debating mostly the New Testament because the Old Testament it's not really very much proof for it. So I'm debating the New Testament mostly. Just letting you know that before I start.
Okay.
All right. Just letting you know, there's more
Okay.
problems with the New Testament
So-
than the Old Testament.
Okay. Well, do you believe Jesus was a real historical person?
Yes, a Jesus existed probably in the first century.
I believe
I give it.
that Jesus of Nazareth existed. I don't
Yeah.
believe Jesus
Okay.
Christ existed.
Okay, there's multiple proof that Jesus existed. He lived in Judea. He was crucified under Pontius Pilate, and
let's
Christians
just-
worshipped him
yes,
as
yes,
a
yes.
god very early on.
Well, second century, but yeah, go on.
Okay.
Well, I'm just
so,
going to repeat.
and
Jesus
here's
of
my
Nazareth existed. Jesus Christ did not exist.
okay. That's your opinion. The disciples had nothing to gain by lying.
Well, I'll stop you there, bud. You're about to make a really bad argument that either they were lying or they were telling the truth, but those aren't the only options. There's a third option. They were mistaken. Is that not an option?
Okay, so here's my. It is an option, but here's the thing: if you see somebody die, right, and you see somebody come back and they're alive, you know what I mean? That's very very unlikely, unless you're on like shrooms or something, which I don't know if they had those back then.
No. Completely normal individuals who are not on drugs or are not experiencing any, who are not mentally ill, like 30 to 60% of grieving individuals experience what's called a bereavement hallucination, where they will see a loved one, either visually, or they'll have an auditory hallucination, or they'll even have tactile hallucinations of their loved one. It senses a presence. It doesn't require you to be on shrooms or anything like that.
Okay, I didn't know that, so I appreciate you educating me on that. I appreciate that. But another thing is, like, if they would have believed, if they would have like been mistaken, they would realize that they wouldn't have kept preaching it, because they were being beaten, imprisoned, killed for preaching that Jesus, that they saw him alive after his death.
We don't know anything really about the disciples and what happened to them, because like all we have are traditions from hundreds of years later and Acts of the Apostles, which I don't think is legitimate. I don't think that's an authentic text. So like all we know is that the early disciples, Jesus died, and then people that Jesus quote appeared to people after the fact, which is perfectly explainable through psychology. It's not necessary for Jesus to have been actually resurrected from the dead for early Christianity to pop off.
Okay, so you said that the Bible or the Acts of Apostles and all that was written hundreds of years later, right?
No. I said the traditions about the death of the apostles is hundreds of years later.
Oh.
Acts of the Apostles,
okay.
Scholars are starting to place it maybe late 1st century, early 2nd century.
So from what I've seen and I've read up on, Paul the Apostle written his letters like from 20 to 30 years after Jesus' death. And then about the Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John, those were about 60 to 80 years after. Am I correct on that?
Yes, and then Acts would have been even later.
Yeah. So here's one thing about that. Do you not find that historically accurate with that amount of time?
No, especially when we look at the Gospels and we see that they...
My God.
We have like Gospels who are disagreeing on like the time when Jesus died. They completely make up birth stories for him. Like, I don't have any reason to trust that. Even if the Gospels are really close, like 40 years for the Gospel of Mark after Jesus died, don't have any reason to believe that what they're saying about Jesus is true. They could very well just be making up things about Jesus in order to make Jesus look better or make him look more like the Messiah than he really was. Case in point, the author of John changes the day and time of Jesus' crucifixion to make him look more messianic.
Okay, so the one for what's his name, Alexander the Great was 500 years later. You don't think that's too long?
No, because it wasn't 500 years later. Plutarch got his information from Ptolemy IV, who was actually like a compatriot of Alexander.
Okay, so you're telling me that it was not 500 years later that like all that Alexander the Great, like all the historical text was written.
Our remaining historical text that we have now from Plutarch is from 500 years later.
Okay.
But do you know where Plutarch got his information from?
I do not actually.
From a biography about Alexander written by Ptolemy IV, who was one of Alexander's generals.
Okay, I did not know that.
We also have coins
Let's see
with
here.
Alexander's. We also have coins with Alexander's face that date to when Alexander was alive. We don't have anything from when Jesus was alive.
Actually, we do. We
What do
have
we have?
Come in the shroud. Come in the
archaeology
shroud.
has supported many biblical details.
What supported zero about Jesus' life or death?
Yeah, like we're talking about
Like
while
just
Jesus
around
is
like
alive.
just around like where he was and like the stuff that the Bible mentions is actually biblically accurate.
It's not. So let's. How familiar are we with the nativity stories of Jesus?
Then yes, I have.
Was Jesus born during the reign of King Herod the Great?
It says that he was.
And
Or
when did
King
Herod
Herod,
die?
yes, it does.
And when did King Herod rule
When did he-
Israel?
I do not know for sure. Let's look that up.
He ruled from 40 BCE until his death in 4 BCE. Now the problem with that is,
Okay.
the Gospel of Luke tells us that Jesus was born during the census under Quirinius, which took place 10 years after Herod was already dead. What's going on there? Both of those counts cannot both be true.
Okay. So there is evidence for Pontius Pilate. Do you believe that that's true?
Sure, but like there's evidence from Neil deGrasse Tyson, but he didn't talk to Superman.
Yeah, that was kind of funny. The pool of Bethesda, I don't know how to pronounce that. Sorry, mentioned in John, that was also true.
Okay.
Are we debating ChatGPT right now?
I know, right? Listen, King's Cross Station is real. Harry Potter isn't.
Yeah.
A fictional book can contain people and places that exist because whoever was writing the Gospels, which we don't know who wrote the Gospels, they're anonymous, but whoever wrote them are aware of like places and people that existed at the time. So of course they did incorporate that into their stories.
Okay. So now I'm going like, there's ancient cities and rulers once doubted by critics that are in the Bible that we now understand that were real, like Sargon II in Isaiah
And?
21 or 20 verse 1.
And
Okay, so this proves that the Bible is very accurate with its details in the archaeological and the people.
Except for none of this proves archaeologically that the Bible is true. All it
Yeah.
proves is that the people
No,
who
it
wrote the
does,
Bible.
because-
No, all it proves is the people who wrote the Bible wrote about places that they could see. Whoop-de-doo. Do you
That
believe
doesn't
in
tell
King
us-
Kong?
right?
New York is in King Kong, so it must be real because it's historically accurate.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is like at this time, all this information is adding up, and you're telling me that it's not true.
No, we have a lot of, like, for example, we have no evidence that the Israelites were ever enslaved en masse in Egypt. No data to support that. In fact, all the data seems to support that the Israelites were just another group of Canaanites. So, like, you can find like a few kernels of historical accuracy in the Bible, just like you can find a few kernels of corn in a pile of shit. But like the rest of it is shit.
I mean, it's fiction. I'm not sure if I would say
Okay,
shit.
what
but-
about the Bible mentions the water cycle before humans even understood what that was. You don't believe that has anything to do with like revelation of God?
No, because the Bible also says the Earth is flat.
Okay.
And that's not accurate, right?
I mean, I don't really remember hearing that. I don't remember reading that in the Bible.
Isaiah 40 verse 22, it is he who sits above the circle of the earth, not the sphere, the circle. Job also describes the earth as being shaped like a clay seal, and that the sky is like a cast iron mirror. The earth sits on pillars. It says that the
Oh.
rabbit chews cud. It doesn't. Calls the bat a bird. I mean, the Bible is far from being historically or scientifically accurate.
I just also want to mention, like, the humans have known about the water cycle for fucking millennia. Ancient Mesopotamians understood the water cycle, and that was 10,000 BCE. So,
And to be clear, the Bible says stupid shit like the windows of the heaven open, and that's how rain gets to us.
Okay, so can I tell you something? That was during the flood, was it not?
No, it's in the book of Malachi.
Okay. Anyways, the Bible was written using poetry, symbolism, and observational language. It wasn't not really modern scientific terminology.
Andrew, are any of the arguments we're arguing against yours, or is this all something you wrote down?
What? Sorry?
Are any of the points we're arguing against your points, or are they just stuff you wrote down?
No, they're stuff that I thought of and that I've figured out.
Because it sounds like you're reading to us right now.
Yeah, because I jotted down some notes so I can let you know that so I don't forget. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Andrew, do donkeys talk?
Yeah, of course. In donkey-ish.
I mean, I guess a donkey could talk if there's a Almighty God speaking through it, but I mean, in a normal donkey, no. I mean, that's just a
In
fact.
donkey knees.
Donkeys do not talk normally, but if there's something
So the
speaking
Bible
through them,
doesn't seem super scientific, does it?
Donkeys speak.
I mean, here's the thing,
Donkey
though.
knees.
There's other. I'm sure other religions have the
It's
same.
because you don't
understanding
understand the
of animals.
donkey.
Yeah, we don't believe those other religions either.
Okay, so
That's because
why
you don't
you believe
understand
in
donkey
religion?
knees. It doesn't
If I
Because
mean...
there's
may
no
ask.
evidence that the things they're claiming to be true are true.
Okay, so here's my focal point right here. Why do you focus on only Christianity and not those other religions?
What does that matter?
Yeah, that's irrelevant.
It's a simple question.
This sounds
it's
like
simple
a
question.
this sounds like a question to like get us to not bash on Christianity because it's so detrimental to your religion. But dude, Christianity's false.
No, that's
Jesus-
not what I'm saying.
It's irrelevant. I need you to give me a reason to think Christianity is true.
That what is true? Sorry.
That the Bible is true. Because technically,
Oh,
I'm also like dunking on Judaism right now. By the way, by means of talking about how we have no evidence of the flood.
Okay, that's a fair point. Now here's the thing, though. On the highest mountains on the earth, right, there's points of erosion and waves crashing and stuff, and cause I don't know the exact scientific term, but where the rocks.
It's called plate tectonics. And when plate tectonics push up against each other, they form mountains. That's why you can get seashells and other sort of debris, but that's no evidence of the flood.
Huh.
But you're telling me that this plate tectonics is more likely than a flood.
Yes, since there's not enough water in
Wind
the entire
is also
planet
more
to
likely
cover.
than the flood. Wind causes erosion. Ice causes erosion. All of which are on the top of mountains.
There's not enough water in the entire planet. We're talking about not just in the oceans, but underground water, glaciers, clouds. Not enough water to cover the entire planet to the very tops of the mountains.
Yes, but there's also a thing called evaporation.
Magic. No. I'm saying when we include clouds and all the trust me,
Yes.
the amount of water from the evaporation, it's not going to be enough to flood the entire planet. It's just not. And why is it that we have whole cultures like the Egyptians who existed before, during, and after the flood, and yet have no record of it? They never write about it once. Their culture seems to go on and on and on and on, uninterrupted.
Not just that they don't have any record of it, how do they still exist? The Bible tells us the only people that survived the flood was Noah, his wife, and his 3 sons, and their 3 wives. So there should be no China. There should be no Egypt. All of these ancient civilizations existed at the exact same time as the flood. They should be gone. But they weren't.
Okay. I mean, there's people that can we can recreate life, can't we, with, you know, intercourse and all that.
I'll be right back. Toilet. I'm back streaming this exciting game. Anybody still here? Who's still here? Raise your hands in the chat. You know, I'm about to start a war with Napoleon. You know? Whoa. Damn, we got a migrant. There's the things that I have to set up. Alright, migrant. Holy shit, 600 science? No way, bro. Oh yeah, we were listening to Giovanni.
That doesn't make sense. Over time, you would get that population back.
No. Intercourse doesn't fix the fact that the Egyptians did not cease to exist at any point when the flood would have occurred. Their culture just goes on and uninterrupted. Speaking the same language before and after the flood, having the same culture before and after the flood. You mean to tell me that Noah, like, got busy with his wife and his 3 sons got busy with their wives, and then all those kids relearned Egyptian, and also picked up a culture that wasn't there, so they can go back to Egypt and just like continue the culture?
Yeah, basically.
Okay, I'm going to get back to the point of the New Testament. In the book of Micah, verse 2, in chapter 5, it says, a ruler will come to Bethlehem. The New Testament claims that Jesus was born in Bethlehem. So that proves that Jesus' birth location matches an old prophecy written centuries earlier.
Nope, because Micah 5:2 doesn't say anything about an individual being born in Bethlehem, and also it calls the individual in question a Moshal B'Yisrael, a ruler in Israel. And fun fact about Jesus, never was a ruler in Israel, so he fails Micah 5:2.
That's your opinion.
It's not my
It's
opinion.
your
We know
opinion,
who the
man.
ruler
It's
in
like
Israel
your
was at the
opinion,
time. His
man.
name was Herod.
It's like your opinion, man.
Okay, but here's what I'm going to tell you: is Jesus? I see him as a ruler in Israel. I see him as someone that was a ruler, and then he ended up getting killed.
It's like your opinion,
So,
man.
okay, Andrew, have you ever heard of Menachem Mendel Schneerson?
No, I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry.
Menachem Mendel Schneerson was the head rabbi of a sect of the Chabad Jews called Chabad Lubavitch. People thought in the 90s that he was the Messiah. In fact, there are still people today that refer to him as the Melech HaMoshiach, the King Messiah.
Oh,
they
gosh.
believe he's a king. Can you prove that he's not a king? I mean, the Rebbe is as much a king as Jesus was, meaning not at all, only in your head.
Okay. Psalms 22 contains lines such as, my God, why have you forsaken me? They pierce my hands and my feet. They cast lots for my garment."
It doesn't say they pierce my hands and my feet. It says in the Hebrew.
The translation varies.
Yeah, the original Hebrew says Ka'ari Yadai Ve'Reglai, which
It's
means
time for war.
like a lion at my hands and my feet. And also verse 1 tells you explicitly it is a Mizmor la David, a psalm about David. The Psalms are not prophecies. They are poetry, and usually they're about King David or Solomon or something like that. Also, were the gospel authors aware of Psalm 22?
I mean, I'm sure they probably weren't, because that stuff was locked away, was it not?
They quoted it explicitly in the gospel. They quote Psalm 22. So they are obviously aware of Psalm 22. Who's to say they didn't, I don't know, make shit up to make it look like Jesus was fitting with some ancient poetry?
So here's my question is if what you're saying is true about them making it up, why would they suffer themselves just for that?
We don't know that they suffered. We don't have any actual firsthand data from the first century telling us that the apostles were suffering. It also, the apostles didn't write the gospels. We don't know who wrote the gospels.
Okay. There is historical evidence that several apostles suffered, actually.
In the first century, all we have is Peter, Paul, and James, and the rest of them are from hundreds of years later church tradition.
Okay, so have you heard of Tacitus?
My neck. Oh. Yes, I've heard of Tacitus. Early 2nd century writes about how Jesus was crucified under Pontius Pilate. Where did Tacitus get his information?
Well, that's not what I'm not talking about the Christian part, with Jesus. I'm talking about he said that the Christians were arrested and executed in Rome, and the movement was not socially accepted or safe.
Yeah, so that doesn't tell me
So
anything
that
about
proves
the
that they
apostles.
were arrested and executed.
All the apostles would have been dead by the time Tacitus wrote this. So he just said Christians in general. or disliked in the empire. That doesn't mean anything about like whether or not the Gospels are true.
I don't know. It proves that they preached the resurrection in public. They faced real danger.
It proved
for
that
doing
Christians
so, and
in
at least
it proved that Christians in the early 2nd century believed in these myths about Jesus. It doesn't prove that the stories
Oh,
are
boy.
true.
I don't know, man. I was trying to debate you guys. I'm not doing a very good job, I guess.
Well, I just want to say all the arguments they're using are ones that apologists stopped using a long time ago because they were like, these arguments suck.
Okay.
Anything
I
else,
don't know,
Andrew?
then. I guess not, man. I'm sorry for wasting your time.
What is this?
Separate the art from the artist. It's an easy thing to say, but sometimes it's not so
Oh
easy
no,
to do.
the quartering.
2019's Captain Marvel follows the adventures of Carol Danvers, played by Brie Larson. At the beginning of the movie, she is brainwashed into believing that she is working for the Kree Empire. Her battle against the shape-shifting Skrulls leads her to 1990s Earth. As she works alongside Agent Nick Fury, she recovers her lost memories, and realizes that she gains superpowers from a Lightspeed engine experiment. Set free of her amnesia and the implant holding back her powers, she is able to become Captain Marvel. The movie is okay. It's not the best, nor is it the worst among the Marvel Cinematic Universe. The movie has a lot of charm, but also a lot of stumbling. There was some obvious recruitment material here for the US Air Force, and the movie's attempt to center on feminism comes off very surface level. But for the most part, it was entertaining, though in a lower-key way when compared to other Marvel movies. I don't really have strong feelings for the film. I have moved on from that movie and evolved. I have transcended into something greater. That being said, it is worth learning from the past to understand our present and future, of which I can see all of. Back in 2019, for a certain online collective, Captain Marvel was recognized not only as the worst movie in the MCU, but also the worst superhero movie ever. The reason has very little to do with the movie itself, and more to do with everything else surrounding it. The source of this hatred can be traced to the 2018 Women in Film Awards. At the ceremony, Brie Larson gave a speech about diversity in film criticism. Quote, "I don't need a 40-year-old white dude to tell me what didn't work about A Wrinkle in Time. It wasn't made for him. I want to know what it meant to women of color, to biracial women, to teen women of color." Reactionaries immediately jump on this quote, highlighting that Larson was discriminating against white men.
Oh, no.
However, when quoting the speech, they seem to forget a key point of clarification. Quote, "Am I saying that I hate white dudes? No, I'm not. I'm just saying we need to be conscious of our bias and do our part to make sure everyone's in the room." That last part, however, did not matter. The first part, talking about white dudes not having the best perspective, was all the ammo required for the anti-woke culture warriors to take aim. They were already targeting the Marvel Cinematic Universe when it became clear that not all the leading heroes would be white and or male. They were already bitching about Black Panther being racist against white people for addressing colonialism. They were already bitching about Ant-Man and the Wasp being misandrous for featuring more women and pushing feminism, no matter
Of
how
course.
mild. But here's Brie Larson saying that she'd love to hear more from critics who are not white men, and that was practically a dinner bell for the anti-woke YouTubers. They pounced on the subject of Captain Marvel and Brie Larson, milking every ounce of rage that they could find for these topics. This ranged from critiquing Brie Larson's facial expressions in interviews to misreading how ticket sales work. So many channels profited from this stirred-up outrage. None, however, milked this outrage harder than Jeremy Hambley, aka
God.
The Quartering. Jeremy has a very long and gross history that was covered extensively in a video by June the King. Based on that video, here's the short version of his background leading up to his coverage of Captain Marvel. Jeremy's online presence has shifted frequently as he attempted to monetize his interests. He spoke about RC cars, and when that didn't pan out, he shifted to claw machine games. And when that didn't pan out, he shifted to Magic the Gathering. And when he was eventually kicked out of that community for being a creep, he delved into the then profitable pit of bitching about the culture war. The coverage from the quartering was typical of the conservative-brained YouTuber. You know, bitching about wokeness in movies, video games, and just life in general. Garden variety anti-woke topics with the thinnest possible research. However, the goldmine for the quartering was Captain Marvel, and more specifically, Brie Larson. Let us bear witness to his popular commentary on Captain Marvel, and try to figure out what made Jeremy worth listening to.
What's going on, everyone? Jeremy here from the quartering.
Oh no.
And I asked what you might want to see today, and this will probably be a little bit different of a video. I don't suspect I will hardly ever do trailer reactions because, well, I'm assuming they just get struck. I'm not sure how this is even going to work, but I'm going to try it.
This is what my viewers wanted, Jeremy states innocently. Little success has been had with any of his other YouTube endeavors. Chase the trend and you will find the lucrative. If there were no riches to be had, no eyeballs to attract, then it must be the fault of the audience.
You guys let me know that the Captain Marvel trailer was out, and I have to admit I have not watched it. I figured if I'm going to do a reaction, it's got to be live. It's got to be in the moment. I also have to admit that I really dislike Brie Larson. I think she has a habit of having the same bored, like middle-aged mom at the grocery store look on her face.
There are no examples given. It's a shame, really. There are many films she starred in previously to choose from. Scott Pilgrim vs. the World, 21 Jump Street, The Spectacular Now, The Gambler, Trainwreck, Room, Free Fire, Kong Skull Island, The Glass Castle.
Room?
So many examples, and yet not one is cited to point out her boring acting.
I don't suspect she'll be super exciting in the role of Captain Marvel, but I don't know. I'm willing to give the film a shot. I'm willing to separate the art from the artist.
He would not, in fact, separate the art from the artist.
Of course not.
Okay, so it's a blockbuster, so...
War is a universal
the 90s, roughly?
Yes, Blockbuster Video was at its peak in the 1990s. I too recall the video store from my youth. Good catch, Jeremy. We can both identify a retail store from our childhood. In this moment, we are not so different.
I know a renegade soldier when I see one.
There's that look. There's that... I thought Top Ramen was on sale, but when I got to the register, it was a different price. Can I get one of the stock boys to give me a price check on Top Ramen?
We are now different. I do not get the joke about Larson's curious and concerned look being akin to a middle-aged mom bored at the grocery store. If she were bored, why would she be taking note of her surroundings and the people around her? Wouldn't a bored individual not care about such observations? Where are you getting middle-aged mom from this woman who is not even 30 when stepping into this role? Such a lackluster attempt at humor, and all just to say that he doesn't like the way Brie Larson looks, which he proceeds to mock again.
There it is again, the exact same look.
Again, we are not the same.
Big car chase.
Oh, that looks really cheesy. The CGI looks kind of old, low budget.
This CGI looks old, he argues, without any comparison.
Oh, they made him look young. Looks like they're using CG on his face to make him look younger. It's something that Marvel's done before. Looks pretty good.
This CGI looks good, he says, citing one previous example and not comparing it. What an easy job he has with this reaction. This CGI is bad, and this CGI is good. Like and subscribe, please.
True.
It's a smile. A half smile.
Ah, yes. Women should smile more. Why does Brie Larson not smile more in this movie trailer? This is not considered sexist in the mind of a man like Jeremy.
There's a look. There's the, are these cantaloupes in season? Have any customers returned these cantaloupes? Or perhaps this lady in front of me is using a check to pay for her groceries.
Why bother coming up with different jokes when you've already got gold like this?
But what you have here is basically a movie with what appears to be a decent but not big budget. And you have a character that most people don't have any idea of who she is.
A reminder that hardly anybody knew of the Guardians of the Galaxy before that movie came out and became a hit.
That's true.
The Quartering treats this introduction as a negative against the movie, as though it wasn't meant to be an origin story.
Also, Iron Man
like
also was
Ant-Man,
not that
Doctor Strange and
popular.
Black Panther. But I guess
Iron
now
Man was
Marvel
not
should just
super
stick to
popular.
making movies based on superheroes that everybody is familiar with.
Brie Larson is aggressively mediocre.
And what is so aggressively mediocre about Brie Larson?
There's that same look.
Oh yes, the way she looks. That old chestnut.
There it is again. It's the same look every single time. Brie Larson is boring.
As if your commentary on her expressions is any more entertaining. The pattern is emerging here, a repetition of the same point about Brie Larson's appearance. There is little divergence from the argument he made the moment Larson appeared on the screen. He's just repeating himself and milking this bit that wasn't all that clever or funny to begin with.
A lot of people are saying that, look, this is the new Avengers. It's going to be Black Panther, which turned out to be a 8 out of 10 movie, I thought. Wasn't great, wasn't terrible.
An 8 out of
Captain
10 is
Marvel, which looks
actually
like it's going
kind
to
of
be
great.
a hard 6.
What an odd metric. I would personally consider 8 out of 10 to be a good movie and
Yeah.
6 out of 10 to be more okay. Then
Yeah.
again, as you'll see throughout this video,
What do you mean
numbers
not
are
great
not
and not
exactly
shit?
Jeremy's strongest subject.
If I had to call it right now, critics will give it a 95% because
8
Ma
is
Woman.
great.
But Jeremy was wrong. Captain Marvel's Rotten Tomato score was 79%. And ironically, several of the positive reviews were rated roughly at 6 out of 10 or a B-. Not that it matters. The Quartering never really delves into these topics. He's just here to react to Brie Larson's same face with the same jokes over and over again.
And fans will probably give it like low 70s.
He's wrong about that too, but for a much different reason, which we'll get to later.
But normies might actually still like it. It just depends.
Depends on what? You don't provide anything to back up your predictions. You are just throwing out random guesses in the dark. There is no skill in doing this, and this is getting boring and repetitive. So let's just skip to his final thoughts.
It is about what I expected. I'd have to say, beginning to end, the biggest plus of that trailer was the soundtrack. I thought it was pretty good, but that's pretty standard for Marvel, just like the constant epic soundtrack in front of everything. But that went well. The cuts, like just examining the actual cinematography of the trailer, the cuts were well timed with the music. It didn't really paint any picture. It didn't make me want to go see it. This is the same actress, by the way, who publicly shamed a TSA agent and said, I merely smiled at a TSA agent and he asked me for my phone number. To live life as a woman is to live life on the defense. That's not the type of thing that I would expect a superhero character to say.
That's not her character, though. That's Brie Larson. You do know that Brie Larson and Carol Danvers are not the same person, right? Also, what happened to separating the art from the artist?
That's not the type of thing that I would expect a superhero character to say, I can suspend that.
You didn't.
If they make her super OP, that's going to be dumb. If they don't spend any time building her origin, that's going to be super dumb. And it does look like they've woven in, they're going to use flashbacks probably to weave in some of her origin story. But it looks like the majority of the film is like she's already got her powers, she's on this planet.
You might think it's unfair to criticize how much the quartering gets wrong in his predictions. I do not expect him to be some Nostradamus of Marvel movies, but he's offering so many guesses built on so very little information. And if his accuracy is so far off in the bulk of his many estimates, then it doesn't sound like his words hold much value.
The trailer itself, to me, has no feeling. It's just kind of a hodgepodge of special effects that look like they belong on the CW or Netflix. I don't blame, obviously, Brie Larson for that.
There was no need to clarify this point. Why would it cross your mind that Brie Larson is to blame for the movie's special effects? If you have to say that, it really sounds like you're trying to blame the majority of the movie's problems on her.
But what's going to be hilarious is now, if you've never noticed that like annoyed mom at the grocery store expression that Brie Larson has in real life all the time, and apparently throughout this entire film, you're not going to be able to unsee that. It's going to be in your mind every time you see her on camera. She's going to have that same mildly annoyed, mildly elitist look. My kids are on the honor roll, and your kid, I saw your kid eating dirt kind of look.
If only I could see the world through Jeremy's eyes. Maybe then I'd get this mom joke that only sounds stranger the more he repeats it.
I'm not expecting a lot out of Brie Larson in this role. I think if anything will hold this movie back, it will be the special effects budget. If it looks cheesy, that's not going to help it. And Brie Larson is going to hold it back. It probably won't be the story. I don't know who I would have cast instead of her, but she sucks.
And there you have it. Brie Larson just sucks. He can't cite her previous performances to stress why she's a bad actress. And he can't even think of a better actress for the role. All he is focused on is hating Brie Larson. And isn't it easy? The lack of effort it took to make this video, which garnered over 200,000 views, is just galling. Why it's enough to make one consider going down that path for how such lazy analysis is rewarded. Would you like to see that other reality where I went down this dark path? What's going on, everybody? So, Terminator Dark Fate. I looked at this trailer, and the special effects, well, they look okay, but not really. I mean, there's some cool Terminator stuff, but like, there are so many shots that look like 90s special effects. Not like, Terminator 2 special effects from the 90s, but because those were good. But like, cheesy, bad special effects that you'd see on television. And I can't blame all of that on Mackenzie Davis, obviously. I mean, I can't. But I can blame everything else about this movie on Mackenzie Davis.
Oh boy.
Because Mackenzie Davis said in this interview for some movie I've never heard of that that being a female and a mother is like a war zone of shit. Which, like, it's not. I mean, women have it easy, so she's just lying. I mean, I've never enjoyed her work. I think she's a terrible actress. Like, with her role in, well, like everything that she did, and you just look at her, and she has this look of that tired, lazy employee at McDonald's. You know what I mean? You do. I mean, just look at her. She just has that face that says, "Please don't special order. Just get the Big Mac so I can clock out. I don't want to be dealing with customers right now." And you can see it. I mean, I can't buy her as a super soldier in this Terminator movie, but I'm sure everybody will just say she's great just because she's a woman, because girl power and all that. And I'm gonna watch the movie because I need to make content. Because I like the Terminator movies. But this one, this is gonna be so bad because, well, Mackenzie Davis just sucks, and she's so boring. I think this movie's gonna suck. So just let me know what you guys think in the comments below, and I'll be posting 2 more videos later today about Mackenzie Davis. The quartering is unable to separate the art from the artist, contrary to his declaration. He contradicted himself in his reaction to the Captain Marvel trailer. He then doubled down with this rant about how Marvel actors should just shut up. Jeremy got mad at Chris Evans for voicing his disgust with the Trump presidency, but he didn't really have the best retort.
Well, fans who follow Evans on social media likely know that he is an outspoken critic of President Trump. He recently appeared in the March for Our Lives hilarious commercial where he said the 2016 election, quote, turned out poorly. He also criticized rapper Kanye West's pro-Trump statements by saying there's nothing more maddening than debating someone who doesn't know history, doesn't read books, and frames their myopia as virtue. Yeah, we know you pay for Grammarly, Chris Evans. Congratulations.
Why?
So what is the implication?
It is apparently woke to have a more extensive vocabulary. How elitist. Now, of course, Jeremy's primary focus in this video was Brie Larson's aforementioned speech on film criticism.
And then you have actresses like Brie Larson, who might have been great in her upcoming role, but is quoted as saying things like, I don't want to hear from film critics, or I want to hear from film critics who aren't white dudes. Quote, I don't need a 40-year-old white dude. Tell me what didn't work in About a Wrinkle of Time. Well, let me tell you something. Brie, Captain Marvel, who recently had her backstory rewritten to write a man out of it. I wonder why that is. I wonder if that could have been a request from Brie Larson.
What? Yeah,
One
Brie
wonders.
Larson totally had control over
We don't
the
care.
writing.
We don't care what you have to say about politics. Given the option, you should pass on these questions.
Well, you sure seem to care, considering you had to make a rant video about it. Also, this wasn't a question. It was her choice to talk about this in her speech. A speech, mind you, in which she clarified no offense to white guys. She just wanted more diverse voices in film criticism.
Because you are abusing the intellectual property of Marvel to gain a platform, and then you use it instead of being a friend of the fans, who are,
Friend of the
unfortunately
fans.
for Brie Larson, a lot of older white dudes. Why won't you just shut up?
The same could be said of Jeremy. We get it, dude. You don't like it when an actress speaks out against the gender bias in movies and movie criticism. But notice how Jeremy doesn't counter Brie Larson's claims. He doesn't want to disprove her, he just wants her to shut up. Because it's far easier to just ignore systemic sexism than to address it.
I wish it didn't affect me in the way that sometimes it does, and I try. I really do. To separate the art from the artist.
Oh boy.
But I know at the end of the day where my dollar is going when I go to the cinema or when I buy a DVD, and I, in good faith, cannot. So Captain Marvel might have been an amazing movie, but because Brie Larson is an absolute garbage human in real life, I won't see it.
Not only is Jeremy not separating the art from the artist, but he's setting up more standards he won't follow. Jeremy is right in the sense that if you don't like Captain Marvel, you shouldn't go see it, so you don't support it at the box office. Unfortunately, there's another angle that Jeremy didn't consider, and that's advertising. When the quartering consistently talks about Captain Marvel, he is essentially giving the film publicity by ensuring it dominates the conversation. Even Jeremy Jeremy lets slip in this video the problems of how much personality he has attached to a comic book franchise.
And because nowadays, whoever plays the particular character is so closely tied to their fantasy world one, as a fan, I can't separate the two. Maybe that makes me a pathetic man baby. Maybe. But I can tell you, you're not going to get my $15 to see your movie.
Jeremy may not have paid for a ticket, but he definitely paid Captain Marvel in attention and free advertising. Because following this video, the Quartering started posting consistently about Captain Marvel and Brie Larson. And these videos not only became less thoughtful on the topic, but also very creepy and gross. In this video, where he brings up how Larson hates white guys again, he comments on her body.
Brie Larson, this is back in June when I made the video.
Oh no.
Promises, I don't hate white dudes, but laments the lack of inclusion among film critics. Now, of course, the non-white dudes could be making different choices with their time, but of course, if they're not there, it must be because of some invisible barrier. Well, recently, she has now doubled down, as I predicted back in June, that these comments would come back to bite her in the non-existent butt, because
Oh my God.
Marvel is literally hiring a butt double. Now, I'm not even really a butt guy. I'm more of a boob guy. We looking for dat butt. All right, we're looking for dat butt.
Gross.
About a year ago, I started paying attention to what my press days look like and critics reviewing movies, and noticed it appeared to be, quote, overwhelmingly white male. So I spoke to Dr. Stacey Smith at the USC Annenberg Inclusion Initiative, and we put together a study to confirm that. Moving forward, I decided to make sure my press days were more inclusive. After speaking with you, the film critic, Valerie Complex, and a few other women of color, it sounded like across the board we weren't getting the same opportunities as others. Obviously, no evidence here.
She literally just cited a study to prove this claim, whereas you, a white dude on the internet with a browser open to look up any information, have presented nothing to refute this claim.
These are not my feelings. Larson would add that I am not saying... No, wait. Am I saying I hate white dudes? No, I'm not. I'm saying that if you make a movie that is a love letter to women of color, there is an insanely low chance a woman of color will have a chance to see your movie and review your movie. Well, here's the thing. Nobody really cares about movie reviewers, all right? They are a meme. If Brie Larson really cared about people going to see her movie, she'd be making sure the fans liked her. She wouldn't be putting out hyperbolic, divisive statements like there are too many men in any one position thing.
Considering Captain Marvel made $1 billion at the box office, I'd say the movie did just fine bringing in that audience. Also, if you don't care about movie critics, why do you care what Brie Larson thinks about them? It's just more manufactured outrage that Jeremy serves up for subjects he really doesn't know much about. And what little he does try to correlate here is rather baffling. Take, for example, his disapproval of Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse.
You know, at the end of the day, a lot of people told me Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse was an amazing movie. Well, the director openly supported Antifa, and I was the victim of a violent attack by somebody similar to that. So why would I want to give that person any of my time? Now, if the director hadn't said anything out loud and I never would have known any better, I probably would have seen that movie in the theater. So when they put their opinions out in the public and they want people to hear it, well, I can't unhear it. And part of what I do for a part-time job here is covering these things, okay? So
he couldn't be bothered to see Into the Spider-Verse in the theater because he thought he'd somehow be supporting Antifa, which is an unorganized movement that is literally short for anti-fascism, which, mind you, he associates with someone who attacked him, whom he assumes is Antifa. In other words, manufactured excuses for disengaging with media. He cannot go see Into the Spider-Verse because he hates Antifa. He can't go see Captain Marvel Marvel because he hates that Brie Larson said mildly mean things about an overrepresented demographic. All of this disapproval and disgust is built on a lazy foundation of conservative politics. How easy it would be to craft that outrage for popularity and profit. How easy it would be to go down that dark path. What's going on, everybody? We have a new Hellraiser movie coming out, and I gotta be honest, I didn't watch Hellraiser growing up, but I saw the box at the video store, and the one thing I remember was the monster dude, this pinprick man or whatever he was called. But he was a man, okay? You look at him and you just knew that's a man. But apparently we can't have men in Hollywood anymore because all the roles are being taken over by wee moms. But now it's gotten much worse because now the transgender wimwams are now taking over these roles. The transgender actress Jamie Clayton will be in the new Hellraiser movie and will be taking over as the leader of the what's called the Kenobites, whatever they're called. She's essentially going to be the new Pinhead Man or whatever, but I guess we can't call the character Pinhead Man anymore. We have to call it Pinhead Woo Man or whatever. I don't know, but maybe she's transgender, so maybe it's still a man. I don't know how I feel about that. Maybe it's more hateful to say that she's perfect for the role. I don't know. I'm too confused, but. What a way to piss off your fan base. You know, the Hellraiser fans have been betrayed by having the trans agenda come in and ruin horror with this Jamie Clayton, who I've never heard of. I mean, let me check. What's she been in? She's been in Sense8, The Neon Demon, Snowman, The L Word, Generation Q. I haven't heard of any of these. So, you know, just some nobody actress just takes over in Hellraiser. So once again, wokeness claims another franchise, and I won't be watching it. Let me know in the comments if I'm right, which I am, and I'll be posting 4 more videos today. And also, be sure to buy my branded coffee. It helps the channel so I can keep making these in-depth videos for all of you. That takes so much effort to make. So thank you all so much for watching this.
Oh boy.
As the Quartering's campaign against Captain Marvel continued, he extended his coverage into the box office. And this is like easy mode when it comes to debunking the saying of get woke, go broke.
Just 1 month ago, websites were predicting as high as $180 million. Opening weekend, $180 million for a film that only costs $150 million. That would be massive, as this article puts it.
The article speculates that the box office could be anywhere from $140 to $180 million, and they were correct within this estimated range. Captain Marvel's domestic opening weekend was $153 million, but Jeremy needs to find some evidence that Captain Marvel will underperform.
Now, imagine that sad piano music in your head as we go down the reverse hype train here. We're at 180 million here. Then, still monstrous $160 million opening. That was just 2 weeks ago. Still on the hype train, 140 million. A little earlier, but numbers seem to be fluctuating.
No, Jeremy, the numbers weren't fluctuating. Did you even read the article before you clicked away? The article in your browser states that the opening gross estimate is between 140 million and 180 million. You know, like the first article you highlighted. The estimate has not changed. You're just lazily reading headlines to fit your narrative.
Now Variety, 100 million. So we've gone from a high as 180 million to just 100 million, and we're not even done yet. This article was written 3 days ago. Enthusiastic word of mouth could propel that figure north of $120 million.
And Variety was wrong. The opening weekend was not 120 million, as it was 153 million.
We are down from early projections being as high as 180 million, down to now 120 million dollars, and we're not done yet. It's interesting how even though the number is nearly half of what it was, it's still heroic. It's still amazing.
Dropping from 180 million to 120 million is not, in fact, a 50% reduction, or even close to 50%. But the quartering wants you to believe it is close enough. After all, he titled this video, Captain Marvel Plummets 100 million in projections. That would mean there's an estimate that the movie would only make $80 million. And how did he even arrive at that far of a drop?
When you're dealing with a non-sequential superhero flick, anything in the 80 to 110 million is just fine. So we've gone from proclaiming it could do 180 million down to just 80 million.
Jeremy's claim that Captain Marvel might only make 80 million came from an article that was not making an educated speculation, but rather an acceptable expectation based on previous superhero movies. It's just Scott Mendelson writing that a superhero movie in the $80 million to $110 million range is not a disappointment. This is not a projection. That'd be like if I said, it's fine if it rains tomorrow, and your interpretation was, it's going to rain tomorrow. Scott was not making an accurate prediction of Captain Marvel's opening gross based on any data, but even if he were, he would be wrong. So the quartering is already misreading so much, not just about Captain Marvel, but the movie industry in general. He especially reveals his ignorance when talking about ticket sales in this video. Captain Marvel tricking fans into buying tickets. Sad.
But let's see, I want to see what I'm doing next weekend. I want to see what my wife and I want to go see at the movies. What? The only movie out next weekend, by the way, is Captain Marvel. Now you might be saying to me, well, that's odd. Maybe it's a glitch, or maybe no other movies are offering pre-sales. Well, we all know that's not true. Well, let's look at Saturday. Well, here's Ferdinand, but again, only Captain Marvel and Ferdinand. If I want to look on Sunday, it lets me see a ticket for Back to the Future, Ferdinand, which is another Disney movie, and Captain Marvel. Titanic. These are just old classics. So essentially, you can only buy tickets, especially if we look at Fridays, like the most hilarious example. Hey, dear, what movie do you want to see next Friday? I don't know. Let me go see what's showing. Oops. It's only Captain Marvel.
Oh yes, this particular topic made the rounds of the anti-woke bitching about Captain Marvel, and it's pretty easy to debunk. You see, movie theaters tend not to set all their theatrical showings in stone a week in advance. Captain Marvel, however, had pre-sale tickets on sale 2 weeks in advance, which is not abnormal for a big-budget superhero movie. What this means is that Captain Marvel screenings for that weekend had to be finalized in advance. And you can try this experiment out for yourself. Go to Fandango or any movie ticket purchasing website and look up showtimes a week in advance. Chances are high you'll only find pre-sale options for the biggest movie coming out that weekend. This does not mean that only Captain Marvel would be playing that weekend. There were other options, such as the previously released How to Train Your Dragon 3 and a Medea family funeral. There just weren't any other pre-sale tickets for new movies because no other movie wanted to compete with Captain Marvel, which makes sense. It's not like the movies 5 Feet Apart or Wonder Park were going to be ideal counter-programming, considering that they debut the following week. Worth noting is that the theater listings Jeremy displayed do include older movies, like Ferdinand and Back to the Future. Likely because they were event screenings planned in advance. So it's ridiculous to claim that movie theaters were only showing Captain Marvel on Friday and nothing else. Wild if true, but it's not, and just ends up being another pathetic excuse to stir up more Captain Marvel controversy, which he did previously when talking about ticket sales in this video Marvel denying refunds for Captain Marvel, and more hilarity.
So let me add this in. So you will see two different tickets, and one of them we'll see is a ticket for Alita, Battle Angel, and the other is a ticket for Captain Marvel. Okay. Notice that below the Alita ticket, there is a blue hyperlink option to cancel your reservation, and that has been removed for the Captain Marvel ticket. So you cannot cancel your Captain Marvel pre-order ticket even 2 weeks before. Now, obviously, you might say, well, it's odd, you know, it's weird that, you know, this is like this because, you know, maybe something's different, but no, this is the same theater, the same ticket service, same everything. But for whatever reason, you can't cancel your pre-order on Captain Marvel. They definitely don't want to do anything that would allow ticket sales to be hurt in any way. To me, it's kind of absurd that they wouldn't let you cancel your ticket 2 weeks before. But, you know, can't risk losing any sales, I suppose. This is why you don't pre-order tickets, like, ever. Seriously.
Yeah, this is weird, but do you really think Marvel Studios has that much power to control AMC's ticket pre-sale refunds? What evidence is there to prove this? If the cancellation button wasn't present, couldn't you still call or email AMC to verify cancellation? This claim that Disney won't let you cancel your 2 weeks in advance pre-sale ticket needs a little more evidence than a missing button. This image of pre-sale tickets was apparently sent in by one of Jeremy's viewers, and given Jeremy's track record of accuracy, I wouldn't exactly trust that lot. This just feels like a lackluster conspiracy theory, and if I were being more conspiratorial, I'd say this was done on purpose to justify seeing the movie. Such evidence would make it sound like, look, I didn't want to see Captain Marvel, I hate that movie, but after I pre-ordered my ticket, AMC wouldn't let me cancel. So now I have to see the movie. Disney made me do this. Damn you, Disney. Forcing me to see movies I hate. Even after Captain Marvel debuted to a massive opening weekend box office, that did not deter the quartering. He could always just pivot and claim that Disney must have bought all those Captain Marvel tickets, which is exactly what he claimed in this video, based on the shitty right-wing website Bounding Into Comics, drawing on anecdotal evidence from Twitter.
I want to buy this.
Of empty theaters, a Captain Marvel add to movies controversy. New reports empty theaters. A number of Twitter users indicated that there were empty seats at a number of Captain Marvel showings over the weekend. The Captain Marvel report from my local theater is shocking. Out of 22 showings on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, there were 570 empty seats from advanced ticket buyers who never showed up. While on Sunday, there were only 4 no-show movies for the movie all day. Now, this is fueling rumors that Disney pre-purchased tickets to inflate the opening weekend box office. I mean, you know, that would be a huge stretch in my opinion, but not totally impossible. In fact, it's not, basically you have shill bidding, right? You inflate those weekend numbers of opening weekend to build hype. It's a marketing budget expense. I could absolutely see that happening.
Of course you could see that happening, Jeremy. It's easy to make up bullshit when you don't look into topics and rely on Bounding Into Comics and Twitter for your information.
Welcome back,
the claim is even harder to buy when Bounding Into Comics
something you might
said
be more
they spoke
interested
to a
in.
movie theater manager but did not reveal the manager's name, theater chain, or general location to protect anonymity. I'm sorry, but if your sources are a handful of Twitter posts and an interview with a theater manager who, for some reason, had to remain anonymous, that's not good enough. It's only good enough for uncritical lazy losers who want any excuse to hate on Captain Marvel. Ticket sales and box office conspiracies are so easy to stir up when people blindly accept them. How easy it would be to spread such rumors down a dark path. Okay, look, just buy the coffee, okay? It's fine. It doesn't taste like ass. I drink it myself, and it's just fine, okay? It tastes great. It does not taste moldy. Okay, so the Barbie movie is coming up, and I mean, you just look at this thing, and it has flop
How are you,
written all
Gregory?
over it. So there's speculation that the Barbie movie could open somewhere between actually no, let's be real here. The highest it's going to be going is maybe 55
Why are you
million.
drained?
I mean,
Did the puppy
you know,
drain
you
you?
just you look at this movie and it's got SJW and feminism written all over it, and audiences are just tired of this woke crap. Nobody cares about movies like this. I mean, nobody wants to see Margot Robbie, okay? Nobody liked her in Birds of Prey or The Suicide Squad. I mean, she's awful. And nobody wants to see Ryan Gosling emasculated into a soy boy cuck, except Antifa and the radical left that hate to see white men who aren't gay. And it's directed by Greta Gerwig, some nobody director, probably hired because she's a wham bam, no thank you, ma'am. Everything about this movie just, I mean, you look at it, it just sucks. And I think it's going to be the biggest flop of 2023. I mean, I spoke with a movie theater manager, and he said the Barbie movie pre-sale tickets are just, they're just dismal, and nobody around the theater is excited for the movie. So, I mean, it's pretty clear from that, you know, there's no hype for this movie, and we've got
True.
proof of this on Twitter. I'll go over the Twitter reactions and the other 5 videos I got planned for today with some of my spicy takes, so stay tuned for that. Now,
Oh
I'm
my
sure
God.
at some point I'll get a comment about why I'm spending so much time debunking Captain Marvel movie conspiracies. After all, I didn't love the movie, so why should I bother defending it? Well, it's because I want to dislike a movie on merits that make sense, rather than making up bullshit. Misreading box office stats and citing anecdotal ticket theories do more to hurt an argument that a movie is bad. And even if read correctly, it still doesn't prove that the movie itself isn't good. This is why the quartering is further out of his element when addressing movie reviews. Jeremy made multiple videos on Captain Marvel reviews, including this one in which he declares it to be the worst reviewed Marvel movie of all time.
The audience has given it a record low 36%. You'll also notice, I should probably refresh this because scores are disappearing right before my eyes often, 36%. But also the tomato meter has dropped down to 81%. Now I want to have just a moment with just us friends here, right? I mean, nobody else is watching or listening, and obviously, this movie's probably not a 30%.
Ah.
Everybody knows that. But it's also not a 100%. Everybody knows that.
Everybody
and when you
knows.
look at a lot of the rhetoric around review brigading, right? A lot of it is about, well, it's everybody's review brigading. This is why it's that bad. And we should all, you know, be deleting all of our poor scores. But is it though?
Yes, it is. Which you would know if you bothered looking into this beyond just reading scores and headlines. You know, actual research. According to The Hollywood Reporter, by 8 a.m. on opening day, Captain Marvel had over 58,000 negative audience reviews logged on Rotten Tomatoes. That's a ridiculous amount of scores to hit the website so early on opening day. If this sounds like a glitch on the website, that's because it was. Rotten Tomatoes acknowledged that this was an error in their system left over from the previous audience review score method. You see, it used to be that the audience could just rate any movie before it even came out. Realizing this format made it easy to review bomb movies before they were out, Rotten Tomatoes changed it so audience scores would only be allowed on release day. Unfortunately, the negative reviews made before this change were still recorded. Thus, thousands of reviews from people who had not seen Captain Marvel had flooded the audience score. When the glitch was corrected, these scores were removed because they didn't fit the criteria. But for people like the Quartering, this was read as Rotten Tomatoes removing negative reviews, even though they really weren't. They were just pruning the remnants of negative reviews from those who had not seen the movie yet. But those who previously made their negative reviews could just submit them again on opening day and they'd still be counted. This is not too different from how professional critics adhere to review embargoes. Now,
good.
I already expressed my personal review of Captain Marvel, but there's an
I took my
obvious
meds
question
today
that
as well.
comes up here. Why didn't Jeremy make his own Captain Marvel review? That would be the best way to counter the positive reviews he disagrees with. What did Jeremy really think about the Captain Marvel movie? Well, the answer is irrelevant. It does not matter if the Quartering watched Captain Marvel. He has crafted his online presence by despising the movie and needs to hang on to that outrage for attention. Any deviation could risk his appeal to those who barely read headlines and want to feel rewarded for the rage that they feel against Brie Larson daring to question the influence of white men. It must be so easy to do all this, to just talk shit forever about movies you don't go out to the theater to see. But how easy would it really be if I had made that my entire identity? Well, I was going to see the Joker sequel tonight, but my friends apparently decided
What
to see it
movie do you
without me.
wanna-
I mean, they didn't even message
What
me or anything.
movie do you wanna watch?
And Megan Macaroni won't return my calls for some stupid reason, whatever. But anyway, I've got content I can cover anyway, so Joker 2, or Woker, as I'm calling it, has pissed off the fans. It seems director Todd
Woker.
Phillips just doesn't like Joker anymore. So he made it political and insulted the fans. Now, everybody hates this movie
Woker.
and it's bombing at the box office, and
Woker.
we all know how this works. You know, you go woke and you broke the bank. No, it's wait, it's go woke, get broke. Yeah, that's the same. So we saw this happen with Captain Marvel, terrible movie, and Barbie movie, which was terrible. These movies all suck because they pissed off the fans and they made it political. And just don't they realize that? You know, just it's people like me, you know, your average Joe, that makes your movies a success. You know, so you need to make me happy and not piss me off. Okay? Do you know how many people watch my videos?
I'm being trashed today on Guilty Gear.
Because I'll tell you, it's well, it.
Why is the mouse not working all of a sudden? Oh god.
It's a lot, but it's not enough. It's not nearly enough. Like, seriously, what's wrong with you? Why aren't you buying my coffee? Also, I host like 6 live streams a week. How come none of you are watching those? Like, do you know how much money I have tied up in all this? Great content like this doesn't grow on trees, you know. It just doesn't. Okay. What was I talking about? All right, Joker. No, Woker. Sorry. Yeah. So, this movie is dumb, and it's woke now because it pissed off fans, and I won't be seeing it in the theater, and not just because nobody will go see it with me, no matter how many times I message them. After Captain Marvel debuted in theaters and made a ton of money, Jeremy did not stop his obsession with Brie Larson. The hate train just continued chugging along. He attempted sarcasm in the video Captain Marvel Saved Me, a toxic male, all hail Queen Brie.
Look, I know a lot of you have been wondering where I am. Well,
The success of Captain Marvel has led me to do some deep, deep looking inside of myself. And where once were lost, now I am found. I see that I was just an angry white dude, and that Brie Larson single-handedly smashed the patriarchy, every Russian troll, and Russian bots, and incels too, apparently. I didn't know I was a terrible person.
Why Russian?
Until Brie Larson's huge, massive, undeniable success at the theater was thrust inside of my face, inside of my...
The Russian sarcasm. The sarcasms about Russia really aged poorly, in my opinion.
eye holes repeatedly by every single major media outlet.
It's really just 12 more minutes of this, so I'll spare you all that. He continued to mock Captain Marvel over rumors of a lesbian romance in the video Captain Marvel to get female love interest Brie Larson endorses. See if you can get the joke he's trying to make here.
It looks like there is
I'm about to be deep promotion.
Rumor where now Brie Larson wants a lesbian romance for Captain Marvel and the MCU favorite. Interesting.
Wait, do I promise
Who could
why?
have foreseen this? Who could have foreseen this?
The joke here is that because Captain Marvel is pushing feminism, now we're going to get lesbians in the MCU, which Jeremy is annoyed by, but also doesn't care about. You know, like how he doesn't care about Captain Marvel, but won't shut the fuck up about it.
Hey, who Captain Marvel likes to get down and dirty with is really, I don't care. You know, some of my gay fans, one of my gay fans reached out to me and let me know that when I said, what you do in your bedroom is your business, that's a little, like, it's a harken back to the way things were in the 70s or something. So I need to figure out a way to say that, like, I literally don't care. Maybe I'll put it that way. It's not important to me for whether or not someone is good or someone is someone I want to hang out with or if somebody is, you know, it doesn't matter to me.
So pathetic.
I guess love is love. How about that? Now, is it important to
Quartering
have
so
in a
pathetic.
superhero movie? No, it's not.
So gay stuff is fine, but not in superhero media. Because people like Jeremy don't care about homosexuality. That is until you include it, and then he's angry about it. It's also very telling that Jeremy says he wants homosexuality to be recognized more like it was in the 1970s. Worth noting is that homosexuality wasn't officially removed from the DSM until 1987. Homosexuality also wasn't decriminalized fully in the US until 2003. So Jeremy is pretty much arguing that the gays should get out of his media, using the I have a gay fan defense as a buffer. He can't be homophobic. His gay fan said so. All
True.
of this for a mere rumor that turned out not to be true. But perhaps the creepiest thing Jeremy did while talking about Captain Marvel was the video in which he showed off his new shed. Jeremy was so proud of the payouts from the Captain Marvel videos and showcased a newly installed shed as the fruits of his labor. The tour includes Jeremy showing off the Captain Marvel posters he hung inside. And this is strange, but it's all the more creepy when you consider Brie Larson's filmography in this context. Her Oscar-winning performance was for Room, a 2015 film in which she plays a character that is trapped in a shed with her young son, where she is also raped by her abuser. Jeremy never states that the
What the
shed
fuck?
refers to the movie, but even if the vile
What the
relation were
fuck?
mere coincidence,
What
this
the
is
fuck
still
did
weird
Jeremy?
behavior. Imagine explaining this to someone not engaged with this online discussion. Imagine entering his shed, seeing the Captain Marvel poster, asking about its significance, and Jeremy explaining the association. Would you not feel creeped out by this?
I
This
would.
obsession is so tiresome. I can't imagine what my life would be like if I became this pathetic. Oh shit, I lied. Here's what that would look like. I'm just so tired of this. I don't care
I
what
lied.
celebrities
So it
have
looks
to
like-
say about politics. So James Gunn says Superman will be political. We don't care, okay? Normal people like me hate when directors talk like this. And you know what that tells me? When you say stuff like this, it tells me I shouldn't go see your movie, Mr. Gunn. Now, I don't think... I don't want to see Superman now. Instead, I think I should make 6 more videos this week about why you suck and your movie is going to fail. I'm going to make so much money from this. Maybe I'll add another room to my house, and I'll call it the Gun Room, where I'll put up pictures of you because I love you. I mean, I hate you, whatever. And you all better watch those videos because my channel is under attack, okay? The algorithm is burying my videos. So be sure to buy my coffee.
Oh my
click
God.
My sponsor link for the VPN service. Click my other sponsor link for the energy drinks. No, wait, actually, they dropped me. Don't
Be sure
click
to
that
drink
one.
my
They're
coffee.
woke now. They make terrible products. So I'm gonna post like 4 more videos today. Drink 2 cans of water, and then meet with my development team to discuss how to improve this channel. So anyway, in conclusion, Superman sucks. Buy my coffee. Megan Macaroni, please return my calls. It was just a joke. I didn't mean it. It was locker room talk, okay? I'd like to point out that I'm only giving you the abridged version of Jeremy's coverage of Brie Larson. There are so many videos I didn't cover, mostly because they're just repeating the same talking points I already went over. The rough estimate is that there's 270 videos from the quartering that cover or mention Brie Larson. That seems like way too many videos, but hey, if that's what people want to see, you might as well give them what they want. But there are some problems with turning this type of YouTube coverage into a career. There's a common problem that a lot of smaller channels make when they get their first video that's a smash hit. Instead of looking at the dynamics of what made that video so successful, they focus on the subject alone. So they figure, well, let's just keep making video after video on the same topic because that's where the money is. However, there are only so many times you can keep making that type of video before it gets repetitive, especially when you don't have much to add on the topic. For example, there's a video in which Jeremy discusses the disappointing box office performance of The Marvels. Do you really need to click on that video to know Jeremy's thoughts? Or can you make an educated guess based on his past Brie Larson videos? It all becomes so repetitious. It just makes me start to feel like Dr. Manhattan. It is 2019, and I'm watching Jeremy complain about a Disney movie because he doesn't like the lead actress's politics. It is 2025, and I am watching him complain about a different Disney movie because he doesn't like the lead actress's politics. History repeats, and nothing is learned. And I can't stress this enough, the quartering just really doesn't add much to the topic of movies. He's bad at reading news articles on the subjects and provides inaccurate summaries based on anti-woke vibes more than actually, you know, watching the movie. You can only return to that well so many times before it dries up, and people tire of you bitching about the same subject day in and day out. Mixing up his content won't make much of a difference though, as Jeremy is terrible with finances. His many projects like making a non-political gaming news website, an anti-woke news website, and a shitty white label coffee brand have all blown up in his face. And these are not small projects. He has spent so much money hiring people for all these endeavors that he has had to rely on fundraising and loans totaling hundreds of thousands of dollars. I guess the Captain Marvel shed money just wasn't enough. He will also cry about how his channel is under attack and that he needs support and money, while at the same time boasting about blowing thousands of dollars on an RC racing track at his massive rural estate. So, you know, grifting. The quartering is a grifter. He can't be honest about, well, anything, which explains why I couldn't find a review from him on Captain Marvel in the many videos I sorted through. You see, crafting a good review requires some personal honesty. You have to be open about how you feel and what thoughts go through your head while watching a movie. But Jeremy, as it turns out, is not a very interesting person in this regard. What little he is earnest about is, well, disgusting. He's openly
Oh my
admitted to
God.
having pooped his pants in a Walmart, a story he has described in too many details to be manufactured. He would get drunk on a live stream and he'd pee in his basement drain, which you could kind of hear in the audio. There was a live stream where Jeremy wandered around a Renaissance fair making sexist remarks at the women around him, stating that he wanted to put some babies in some bellies. And that alone is putrid, but what is easily the worst part of this stream is that he admitted that he couldn't connect with anyone in real life. And this included his wife, where he brought up how often the idea of hooking up with another woman and running away with her has crossed his mind. This is not a problem
What?
that can be fixed with better production quality, social media engagement, or barfing out shorts daily. The problem is internal, and there's a failure to address it when talking about movies. It's a dark path of disinterest that I'm glad I never pursued. Here's what that would look like. I don't care about this. I don't care about any of this. I don't care about Star Wars. Mandalorian movie, who the fuck cares? Nobody. There was a time that I might have cared about Star Wars. I might have even watched this movie, but now I don't even know. This movie sucks. It's probably woke. Who cares? I don't care. I don't care about anything except doing these videos with all of you. I don't care about my friends or family.
Oh,
They all
Jesus
make
Christ.
fun of me because of these videos. They're all like, oh, hey, is this movie too woke for you? Stupid idiots.
Oh my God.
I can't relate to anybody. Nobody wants to hang with me anymore.
Jesus
Ever
Christ
since
almighty.
they just don't want to hang. As if they're any better
Oh
than
my
I
God.
am. I'm the better man, you know, because I'll admit it. Okay, I'm real. That's why so many people watch me. I'm not trying to be liked by only talking about movies, TV shows, and video games that I enjoy. Okay, I'm real. I tell the truth. When something is woke and stupid, I'll let you know. So go buy my coffee, click my other sponsor links, which I can't remember right now, and I can barely see the screen. So, what was it? Oh yeah, Mandalorian and Gogurt. It's woke trash, and it'll probably bomb at the box office. Whatever. I've got to record a week's worth of shorts for the rest of the day, even though everybody hates them, and so do I. But you know, that's YouTube. That's what you do. It's clicks. It's all about the clicks. I hate this. Why did I throw so much money into this?
Oh my God.
I just wish I could run away.
Holy
Just
shit.
start over. Just.
Oh my God.
I don't know. Just undo all of this.
Oh my God. This is so depressing. That is so depressing.
Normally, this would be the part of the video where I try to wrap a movie into the central thesis. I could do that with Captain Marvel. After all, the movie is about a marginalized person being brainwashed and having her true power kneecapped, only to break that spell and humiliate her oppressors. However, I'm tired of talking about Captain Marvel, so let's talk about a good movie instead. 1992's Glengarry Glen Ross is a film about real estate salesmen desperate to make a sale. They don't sell by being trustworthy salesmen, but by lying and using underhanded tactics. Shelley, a longtime salesman, has hit a slump slump and will try anything to maintain his position. In his desperation, he steals some leads and sells them to a competitor. When this is discovered by the office manager, Williamson, Shelley attempts to make a bribe to keep Williamson's mouth shut. But it's too late. Williamson tells Shelley that he's going to turn him into the police for his crime. This is partly because Shelley stole leads, but also because he was given phony leads for his other sales, so it wouldn't be worth keeping him around to squeeze money out of him. So Shelley was set up to fail. When Shelley asks Williamson why, he gives the most genuine answer to why he is so cruel. Because I don't like you. This is the biggest problem with Jeremy. It is not just that he said some nasty things about a movie I only thought was okay, or that he spread misinformation in his coverage, or made poor financial decisions, or that he's a shameless grifter chasing trends. It's also because he's just unlikable. His personality is vile, and his most candid moments from live streams are disgusting. So
That's
many
true.
people have cut ties with the Quartering, spanning from Sydney Watson to Geeks and Gamers to Stuttering Craig. And it's not because Jeremy was bad for business or that he committed one specific offense. He just wasn't somebody they wanted to associate with. Now, I often
Oh,
try to
damn.
understand why people gravitate towards YouTubers like the Quartering for movie criticism, and it often has little to do with what they have to say about the movie itself. Most of the time, it's because the viewers found the content entertaining or relatable, because of how the information was presented, regardless of the inaccuracies. But it's really hard for me to see that relatability in these videos. Do you really see yourself in Jeremy? Even if you disliked Captain Marvel, is this obnoxious obsession warranted? Because I don't think it is, and this is coming from somebody whose profession is watching a lot of movies. Speaking of which, I'd also like to recommend the movie Room over Captain Marvel, because the movie isn't just about escaping the rape shed. It's also about learning to move on after having spent so much time in a place you thought was home. I can't help but feel that many former fans of the Quartering can relate to that feeling with their regret, with their obsession, and that difficulty of growing beyond that point in their lives. And look, there's a lot to dislike about Captain Marvel. There's plenty to choose from. It could be the more muted performances that are in sharp contrast to the rest of the MCU, or it could be that the special effects were not as flashy, or it could be the simplistic way it handles the power of women, or, you know, all the Air Force recruitment propaganda. But you don't need the Quartering to justify your disapproval or even disengagement, because all of Jeremy's hatred for Captain Marvel has only led to more hatred, not just of movies, but of himself. There is plenty of dirt on the Quartering that I'm not going to cover in this video, mostly because I don't think it's necessary. I've already debunked his dubious coverage of Captain Marvel and how it hasn't been the path to acclaim, fame, and riches that he had hoped for. But of course, I realize that these citations might not be enough for some. I'm sure there's a contingent of die-hard Quartering fans who will openly admit, yeah, he gets some stuff wrong, and he's kind of annoying with all the woke stuff, but, you know, I still find him entertaining. And to that crowd, I'll give you the truncated response that doesn't require facts. I just don't like him. I enjoy movie discourse with those who are passionate about the medium, but the Quartering is not and has never been that person. He has done more to poison movie discussion than add anything of value, and that is why this is the first and last video I will ever make on the Quartering and his floundering YouTube career. Good riddance. Something just... now.
Dead.
This is what the average Joe thinks, but somehow, in this day and age, that is a very bold thing to proclaim. And in the years past, it would have gotten you canceled or deplatformed, but I think people are just tired of dealing with this.
Many years ago, I had a friend who really got into anime. He went to Best Buy to frequently buy anime on VHS. One anime, however, he felt very embarrassed.
What is it? Oop. The internet is not working well.
To purchase. So he would sandwich that tape between two other tapes, hoping that the clerk wouldn't comment on the middle tape. That middle tape was Sailor Moon. Sailor Moon was an anime that my friend would watch constantly. He was drawn to the feminine character designs and the charming antics of this magical girl anime. And it was a show that he knew if he admitted to watching around his peers, he'd be mocked. Even though the Sailor Moon S-Arc was pretty damn good, there was a fascination with the design that he couldn't shake, just drawing him towards more anime that challenged his perceptions of what men watch and how they engage with media. Sailor Moon was a big part of that anime fascination that for a time, he found shameful. Fortunately, this show had no weird effect on me, but there was definitely an anime obsession bubbling in my teenage years. The medium was refreshing for how it broke the norms of how most Americans interpreted cartoons, sexuality, violence, and vulgarity. Anime just felt as if it were exploring the taboo with all its wonder and disgust, spanning from My Neighbor Totoro, which every age should watch, to Violence Jack, which nobody should watch. It's an allure of anime that still persists to this very day. The fascination and potential within anime, I believe, also connects to the prevalence of VTubers. Virtual YouTubers, or VTubers for short, are a unique phenomenon. It is a style of YouTuber that uses facial tracking technology and design to produce an avatar that interacts in real time with their movements and voice. This favoring of a digital character presentation maintains a certain level of anonymity while also allowing one to better express oneself. Just as we adopted the stylized characters for online games, VTubers can control how they want to be seen when discussing topics in videos. They can choose to be someone more beautiful if they feel ugly, or as the opposite gender if they are considering or engaging in a transition, or even if they're just curious. Or they may even adopt the avatar of another animal or creature if they really want to escape into fantasy. There is a lot of freedom for VTubers to control a vessel to express themselves. But it's mostly anime characters. Like, there are a few exceptions, but it's mostly YouTubers looking like anime characters, which I will admit is a tad reductive when trying to explain VTubers. One of the bigger VTubers is Rev Says Desu.
Oh, I know
Don't
this
let
person.
Rev's big-eyed anime girl avatar fool you. He is using this anime girl to talk about, as he lists in his profile, gaming news, drama, VTubers, anime, bad social media takes, and much more. That's a lot of ground to cover, and I doubt that Rev has much background, insight, or cultural curiosity to say anything much of value about the much more part of his coverage. Now, I may not be as fully engrossed in the online drama and gaming news sphere, but I do enjoy movies and TV shows. So let's see what this prolific VTuber has to say on those subjects. In responding to Rev Says Desu, I will meet him on the same level by adopting the avatar of various anime women. Not anime girls, anime women, because I want to be seen as the adult in the room.
So Tater and me once again talking about the Superman movie, since it's going to release this week. Now, this is a movie with a very iconic IP, one that's going to have a lot of hype surrounding its release, and one that's probably going to make a lot of money at the box office. However, that might be limited thanks to a last-minute media campaign, I guess you could call it, by director James Gunn, who has gone out of his way to make many controversial statements at the last second before this movie comes out, including some headlines we'll go over where he makes quotes basically saying this movie is going to be political, there's going to be political aspects to it, and these politics will represent real-life counterparts. And also, if people don't like that, they're jerks, and he basically wants them to go away. Yeah, not a great thing to do right before a movie like this is releasing.
Prior to the release of the Superman movie, James Gunn had worked on 3 DC Comics projects, those being the Suicide Squad, Peacemaker, and Creature Commandos. And all 3 of these projects had clearly vocal politics. The Suicide Squad had a misfit ensemble
fighting back against the imperialism of both the American government and Starro. Peacemaker featured the titular anti-hero standing up to his racist father and trying to shed his ignorant political perspectives from such an upbringing. And Creature Commandos was pretty much the same deal as the Suicide Squad, but with the added spice of G.I. Robot killing a lot of Nazis in the past and present. Maybe you didn't care for the politics of these superhero projects, or maybe you paid them no mind because they didn't involve A-listers. However, most people I know seem to like these movies and TV shows just fine. It's likely because the storylines that address political issues are not a deal breaker. If anything, the earnest nature of the politics made James Gunn's DC projects even more appealing because he wasn't going to soften superheroes to be palatable for both sides of the political aisle. And
So,
I know you're probably not a
very
box
good.
office oracle, Rev Dev Redemption, but your speculation was off here. The movie had a domestic opening of $125 million, which is the highest opening box office for a solo Superman movie. So I don't think Gunn's words did much of any damage.
Like I said, iconic IP is the golden ticket of content. Any Superman movie is destined for at least a moderate level of success, if not major success. And if you look at the various trailers, including the first official trailer for Superman, very well received, despite some controversial creative decisions with this film that were already discovered by the time this came out. But like I said,
Like what?
very well received.
What's the
Despite that,
controversial
oddly enough,
decisions?
the box office projections are decent. You can see like 90 million to 125 million in the US, and that is something that is a number that I think they're going to achieve. Let me make this clear right from the jump. I think this movie's going to make a lot of money. The problem is you have to ask yourself,
At
will
what
they be able
cost?
to overcome a ridiculously inflated budget, as we'll talk about later in this video? And also, how much is James Gunn and his comments at the last minute going to impact the potential reach of this movie at the box office?
It did not affect it. The movie made a lot of money considering it met the highest projected amount for its US opening.
was a good
According
movie.
to Variety, the film's profit was $125 million. The movie also beat the superhero competition at the box office in 2025, making far more money than Captain America 4 or Fantastic Four. Maybe Gunn's words affected your interest in Superman, but considering the movie did just fine, maybe Gunn doesn't need to appeal to people like you.
Now, right now, the box office is doing well. It's been a tough year for a lot of different franchises, but looking at Jurassic World Rebirth, it's done really, really well. Its opening weekend has gotten over 300 million. It's smashed all projections, and it's doing well. And it's a movie I saw. It was solid. Okay, out of the 4 Jurassic World movies, I think it was the worst one, but it was solid, right? It was a good time at the movie theater. I mean,
What's wrong with my computer?
it's a very simple formula, just like Superman. It's CGI dinosaurs. How could it be bad? Just put the CGI dinosaurs out there, dangle in front of people, and just sit back and collect the box office revenue. That's pretty much all there is to it.
I don't know, I've kind of lost my appetite for CGI dinosaurs. We've had 7 Jurassic Park movies, and Rebirth just felt like another stroll through this familiar park. I also want to highlight how reductive that Revlon is being here for saying that Superman is simple. All Superman has to do is fly around.
Oh my god. Fly around, Superman.
Then punch people. That's all that people care about with Superman, right? They don't actually care about how the character is written or the challenges that he might face.
I don't read the words. I just like when he punches people.
Also, Superman has had very political storylines in the past and present that have reflected our world. So if anything, it's very refreshing that James Gunn isn't afraid to make a Superman movie that won't shy away from politics. So with Revolution X here saying that Superman is just a simple character, that's a very tourist take. You are really showing your ignorant VTuber ass here.
But looking around right now, that number they achieved, right, in the opening weekend, over 300 million, already puts them in the top 10 for the entire year of 2025. That's how bad things have been. In fact, that opening weekend number smashed Snow White out of the water. Their entire theatrical run was beaten by over 50% in this opening weekend of Jurassic World Rebirth. Also, you had the F1 movie. People are saying that's really good. I haven't checked it out myself, but that one is right around the same, with a longer run, of course.
Can you stay on topic? Look, I know dopes like these have to keep talking about Disney, but your video is supposed to be about Superman. I mean, we get it. Snow White sucks. It's a bad movie. It didn't make money. Move on.
Let's get right into what the big controversy is with Superman.
Moving on
So
is not
obviously, this is an iconic American
that is
superhero.
super
It's a big part of his identity and everything to do with this franchise. And people were wondering from the jump, how is James Gunn going to treat anything involving that identity? And they've made it very clear. They're tiptoeing around it from day one. Okay? James
What do you
Gunn, as
mean?
well as David Corenswet, the actor behind Superman, they have avoided using phrases like the American way, which was already raising eyebrows about a couple weeks ago when this first came out. And apparently in a recent
my God.
interview, he was talking about this character and saying, and the reality is that what he doesn't have to be is Superman, when he doesn't have to be this calm, reassuring presence to the public, when he doesn't have to symbolize safety and security and truth and justice and all those good things. He still feels those values, which a lot of this stuff already doesn't sound like the Superman people have been used to for decades now.
You sure about that, Reverend Desu? Because Superman has not always been about the American way. The motto of Superman, standing for truth, justice, and the American way, wasn't a saying from the comics, but from the 1940s Superman radio show during the height of World War II. And interestingly enough, after the war ended, a 1948 Superman film serial changed it to truth, tolerance, and justice. Now, yes, the American Way motto was revived for the 1950s TV series, but the 1960s TV cartoon changed it to truth, justice, and freedom. And then we got the 1970s live-action movie, which went back to the American Way motto, and the most recent change from the comics in the 2020s changed it to truth, justice, and a better tomorrow. Given all these revisions over the years, the two most consistent things that Superman seems to stand for is truth and justice. So describing Superman as being about truth, justice, and all that stuff is a very fitting way to put it. Now, Superman has defended America, but also has been highly critical of the American government in more than one comic, TV show, and movie. Sure, Superman does represent the American experience of being an immigrant, an illegal immigrant, mind you, but that's an experience that doesn't always represent the brightest side of the USA. Being honest about the faults of our country is what makes comics like Superman Smashes the Klan such a great read. But if you only associate Superman with being an American superhero, you have a very limited view of the character.
It's no longer truth, justice, and the American way. It's now truth, justice, and good things. Whatever that means. It's actually a pretty loaded thing if you're saying, well, we're replacing the American way with good things. But yeah, this
Oh my gosh,
tiptoeing
I'm
around
really
the
losing.
American identity of Superman was already raising some eyebrows. And then you have this, reported by Variety here. James Gunn says Superman is about an immigrant that came from other places and how we've lost the value of basic human kindness. Yes, it's about politics. Seems
yeah,
like
of
a really
course.
good decision to do.
That's hard.
Right before this movie is set to release. I mean, like literally in the last seconds, he is now making it clear this is about politics and it's trying
Yeah,
to
it's
mirror
hard.
some realities of modern politics in the modern landscape of our society. Yeah, that's probably not going to go over too well with a lot of people, or at least it's going to feel very divisive.
Divisive for whom, Reverly Hills 90210? Who is going to have a problem with James Gunn leaning into the politics of Superman being an immigrant, a key
That's a good
factor of his
question.
origins? This is all just making the film sound more appealing. In fact, there were many people who had no interest in superhero movies, they had kind of like checked out of them, but once they heard James Gunn's statements, they became interested in Superman.
I don't know if you've heard the rumors or you've seen the internet as of lately. They're getting quite excited about this new Superman movie. So excited that it actually made me, a person who's completely burnt out on superhero movies. I'm checked out. I have been for a while. That I'm signed out, but a lot of people are signed in and tapped in. And Superman is super cool, and you want to watch it. But I was like, okay, I'll wait till it's out in theaters. Till I heard the rumor that apparently the new Superman film is really anti-colonialism, anti-Zionism, and it's not subtle about it either. And like I saw things where people are like, they kill Benjamin Netanyahu in the film. I'm like, what? That can't be true. I saw other people posting, yeah, the majority of the film is literally Superman flying around screaming, the Nakba never ended, and then he says, fuck Israel. That's what the movie's about. I was like, that's not, what? Why is the internet really, what's going on here? What's this all about? For some reason, all of you are actually making me interested in watching this movie. I'm just curious.
And it apparently appealed to many people, considering it was the top-performing superhero movie of 2025. So your aim is really off your Revenge of the Desu.
And we're talking about this immigrant kind of angle here. We'll see some of the comments here. So he said this. The story of America, and at a basic level, is about a man searching for a better life away from his original home. I mean, Superman is the story of America. An immigrant that came from other places and populated the country. But for me, it's mostly a story that says basic human kindness is a value and something we have lost. Now, I've seen this phrase, basic human kindness, used a lot by some of the most insufferable and, quite frankly, deranged people on the internet. So I'm a little hesitant with this phrase being used so flippantly.
Be suspicious of those who talk about basic human kindness, argues a constantly online VTuber. But also, I don't think James was being flippant when talking about kindness. Because if you watch the movie, that aspect of his character is highly present. And I know it's easy to argue against someone like this. And
I'm gonna raid you into somebody. Or something. Oof. In time. I have to do news tomorrow. Okay, see you. Bye bye.